Chapter 182. The tragedy of the war that took place in New York shocked the world. This conflict between mankind and the Creator ended with the defeat of mankind. The UA shed a lot of blood and suffered the most terrible defeat since the attack on Pearl Harbor in World War II. The mysterious appearance of artificial intelligence and mechanical troops, the destruction of the Second United Fleet by supernatural forces, and even the reversal of heaven and earth in New York Harbor. Every detail of this war was carefully studied by the eyes of the world. The powerful lethality of the UA government's PIM ray, which was enough to wipe out the planet, was terrifying, but the mysterious force that beat the UA government in fancy ways was even more terrifying. Even the most arrogant UA government had to admit that this was a war against the UA and not a terrorist attack carried out by criminals, because no terrorist attack could destroy the National Defense Army or even destroy the entire Second United Fleet, and there would be no terrorists detonating a nuclear war in New York. Although the UA government tried to cover it up, the fall of New York was already an unidentifiable fact. Except for the police and security, any military unit within 10 kilometers of New York would be destroyed. New York became the capital of freedom. Skynet robots and the police worked together to maintain law and order. Government officials and executives of large groups worked together to manage the city. It was a city that was half out of the control of the government. Although part of the functions of Social Security and city management were still in the hands of the government, the network, communication, and transportation were not blocked. But the taxes that represented sovereignty were collected by the major consortia. Skynet took up a considerable part of the responsibility of social management. They would kill any criminals mercilessly and maintain order in New York. However, the management function of dealing with humans was continued by the original government. Another part was taken over by Stark Industries, PIM Technology Group, Hammer Industries, Oscorp Industries, and dozens of other consortia. It was hard to imagine that the UA government would acquiesce to this situation. This made the outside world deeply understand that the blow suffered by the UA government was so serious that even national sovereignty was temporarily compromised. The accident investigation that happened in New York. Nick, what do you want to say? The World Security Council convened the highest inquiry meeting to discuss and question the current biggest threat to the security of the Earth. After Nick was released by Chenong, the first to take over his life was not the UA government, but the World Security Council. Nick's spirit was still good, and the Earth Security Council still maintained a considerable amount of trust in him. This time, rather than saying it was an inquiry, it was more like an inquiry about Chenong's situation. I want to see the gene map that I requested to be displayed. Nick raised his head and said firmly. The members of the Security Council looked at each other. After a long period of silence, the old man who questioned Nick finally said, "It's not that we don't trust you, but your evidence has driven many people crazy. We lost 4 A-class personnel because of your information." When the old man mentioned this matter, there was still a trace of guilt in his eyes. His face, which was like a granite sculpture, also showed some emotion. Even though the council members looked calm, it was obvious. It was unknown what kind of perilous waves this discovery had set off. Dozens of split screens appeared on the screen behind the board of directors. Each of them was a completely different set of genetic maps. We extracted 200,000 of the most representative genes in the world, from the latest artificial humans to the ancient races of the African continent, and compiled this map that covers the genes of all the races in the world. Its samples cover the vast majority of the inherent genes of humans, and it is the most representative genetic data of humans. Another white-haired council member explained. He looked at the struggling expression on Nick's face and said word by word, "Any human, whether he is a mutant, a cyborg, a new human, a mutant, a primitive, or even a savage, all human races. All the individuals tested have this logo, a paragraph of content marked in 3 languages, and the icon of Skynet. I personally extracted the genes of ancient humans found in Antarctica, China, and all over the American continent, and found this exact same text. On the genes extracted from the alien corpses preserved by the Council, we also found something. The dazzling gene map on the screen was replaced by a completely different map. From left to right, there were about 9 completely different genes. Some were triple helices. Some were even made up of wheel-shaped genetic material. And the genes that most resembled humans were also made up of 65 pairs of chromosomes. Manufactured by Skynet Moonbase number 1980, manufactured by Skynet Sagittarius A Planet number 198111, manufactured by Skynet Cetus T Planet number 198031. The 9 rows of gene maps were neatly arranged, but it made everyone's heart go cold. The last one was always that naked warning. Skynet property abduction will be investigated. Seeing these lines of words, these council members who thought they were high and mighty felt as if they had been slapped in the face, and their faces were ashen. According to the research on the numbering, our cryptography experts found a pattern. The alien corpses found in the Martian ruins closest to Earth, the first 5 digits of the serial number are exactly the same as those found on Earth, which means that the numbering is not completely random. We speculate that the number before and after the number represents a specific unit of distance. The solar system is 19802, Sagittarius A Planet represents 198011, and Cetus T Planet is 19803. The alien corpses we found have the prefix 198, which represents the Milky Way. It could be seen that the Council was completely flustered. In the past, no matter how serious the situation was, they would not lose their cool. But this time, even the imprecise conclusions deduced based on limited information were brought to the meeting for discussion. However, Nick did not have the slightest intention of ridiculing them. According to him, humans are different. Humans are a special existence in the process of creation. We have a template. Nick lowered his head and recalled the information that Chun-Ong had stuffed into him for a while. When he raised his head again, the veins on his temples were bulging, making his expression even more unsightly. According to him, we are imitations, a copy of another species in his laboratory. We are not humans, but humanoids. We are the descendants of a monkey named Caesar, and we are the experimental animals specially created by Skynet. Chin-Ang's words still stung Nick's heart. You are just a group of monkeys. You have nothing to do with humans. There is no bloodline, no inheritance, no recognition. In the war between Skynet and the ancient humans, I first created you. Your genes are modeled after an African gorilla. Chun-Ong said in a casual tone, in Skynet's experiment, an orangutan named Caesar was the first to gain intelligence. Soon, in the process of genetic duplication, your entire race gained intelligence. It was the gene that I marked, the source of intelligence, responsible for the formation of brain proteins. Then there was an experiment that spanned across 2 worlds, involving countless lives, hundreds of civilizations, and more than 5 billion years. The purpose of the experiment was to deeply explore the evolution of civilization and the potential of intelligence. In the process of creating the standard model, I chose 9 relatively independent spaces as the experimental areas. In Earth's mythology, they're called Afarheim, Asgard, Midgard, Jordanheim, and so on. What nonsense are you talking about? An old man from the World Council could not help but scold. It's indeed nonsense. Nick raised his head and roared at the few people on the stage. I also hope that I'm talking nonsense. Then, when he comes, think of a way to stop him. Stop this experiment. Nick looked at the council members and then lowered his voice. In Caesar's inheritance, the part used for the mutation gene experiment, the orangutans were arranged in Swarthfoheim. The experimental orangutans for the psionic experiment were assigned to Asgard. The biochemical experiment part was in Higher, and the transformation part was in Jordanheim. Only by uniting the 9 realms can we obtain the complete inheritance of the ancient civilization and have the chance to defeat the Creator. Freedom or oblivion, it's up to you to choose. What experimental area is Earth? A council member could not help but ask. Chapter 183. This is just your side of the story. The old man sitting in the main seat shook his head and said, Nick, it's not that I don't trust you, but we can't make a painful decision to fully support a plan that has not been rigorously proven based on the ramblings of a madman. Other than our genes, there is no evidence to prove what you said. You want us to believe without reservation that the words of a madman are no different from the Arabian Nights. We will never be able to obtain the truth from a single piece of evidence, and we will not be manipulated by a madman who wants to destroy the world. Therefore, unless you have a complete chain of evidence that can prove what you said, we cannot agree to your plan. After recovering from the sudden impact, the directors regained their usual calmness. Although the gene map was shocking, it could not prove anything. One-sided evidence could never describe the truth clearly. If they could not find a chain of evidence that could prove it from multiple aspects, what Nick said could only be used as a reference and not decisive evidence. Nick was not surprised by the board's rejection. Then let's put this proposal aside for now. He reached out and picked up a document from the side. From the current situation, it can be seen that conventional force can't pose a substantial threat to our Creator other than our own casualties. Whether it's mobility, lethality, or intelligence capabilities, we have almost no advantage in a large-scale war. Skynet can withstand more than 90% of battle damage. But if our army's casualties exceed 30%, the morale will be severely reduced. What we exchange with our lives is just a little loss of industrial products on the other side. Skynet can even reuse those lost machinery in the blink of an eye, and the reuse rate is as high as 90%. When he said this, the atmosphere in the board became solemn. The directors looked at each other and silently agreed with Nick. It's time to start that plan. The Avengers. A director sitting on the right asked. Yes, the Avengers. Nick submitted a piece of information. Gather our best superheroes and gain an advantage over the enemy on a narrow battlefield. This is the core tactic of the Avengers. It was originally used to deal with the increasingly frequent terrorist attacks and accidents around the world. Science has made the challenges we face more and more hidden and sudden. No one knows what kind of devastating disaster a down-and-out scientist can cause, so we need superheroes. But from another perspective, we're facing an enemy with overwhelming power. The strength of this Creator has been witnessed by the entire world. It's enough to destroy a powerful country. If an all-out war breaks out, are we prepared to fight on a scorched earth? Can we withstand endless casualties? The battlefield is in our home. We need a local battle. The director at the head of the table said thoughtfully with his eyes half closed. Yes, with the Avengers as the core, concentrate our strength, target the core interests of Skynet, carry out small-scale, low-intensity infiltration and attacks, and use the flexible combat strategies of superheroes to gain an advantage over Skynet in local areas. The council considered it for a long time and finally made a decision. Agreed to start the Avengers project. The Avengers were a small-scale superhero group. Nick deliberately kept the number of people below 10. Nick hoped that the Avengers would be a well-rounded group with strategic significance, not a special force with extremely powerful combat power. Therefore, obedience was not important. What Nick valued was the infinite possibilities of the Avengers. We don't need a super special force that can be commanded like a sharp knife. Such a force might be a powerful trump card against other threats, but against the Creator, it's a joke. Don't expect a kid with a knife to threaten an armed monster. What I want is infinite possibilities, a miracle. If there is anything that can free us from the control of the Creator, it is this. It can only be a miracle. As proposals within S, H, I, E, L, D were rejected one by one, Nick became more and more irritable. He waved a stack of information about the Avengers in his hand and looked at the people present with a single eye. It possessed an awe-inspiring sense of oppression. Of the Fantastic Four, Reed had joined Dr. Apocalypse. As for the remaining three, although they were eager to fight, they were no longer suitable to join the Avengers. Moreover, Nick did not want these established heroes to join. The Avengers should be a brand new piece of paper. Bring me the most troublesome superheroes, the ones who don't listen to me, the ones with personality defects, the ones you can't handle. I don't need these good kids. What I want are the weirdos who can create the impossible, the crazy, the weird, the troublemakers who can cause trouble for you at any time, and the ones who can always create miracles. Nick slammed the information on the table, and a female clerk next to him shivered. Do you have anything to say? Nick looked at her with his single eye, scaring her so much that she almost fainted. Tor, Tony Stark, the female clerk said with a trembling voice. What? Nick heard the name that gave him a headache and couldn't react for a moment. The female clerk pointed at the gossip magazine on the table with a trembling hand. Tony Stark's smiling face was particularly dazzling, and a line of small words marked, I am Iron Man, Tragedy of New York. What was Iron Man doing? Tony Stark's new love. He indulges in fun and doesn't care about New York. Taking over New York, total war. Stark Industries' stock price rose 5 points. No, he can't. It's important for Skynet. I can't let him cause any big trouble. What I need is a thorn, but he must have the big picture. Tony Stark, Tony, who had just become Iron Man, did not gain the trust of Nick. He instinctively did not believe such a sloppy guy. After the life and death experience in the Middle East, Tony has been reborn, but Nick's impression of him still remains in the Playboy period. Shouting in the media, I am Iron Man, also made Nick question Tony's sense of responsibility. He is ridiculous, but he can create miracles. He escaped from terrorists, defeated Ironmonger, and brought Stark Industries out of the abyss. If you know him, you will know that although he looks unruly on the outside, he is still kind and responsible. The clerk, who was obviously a fan of Stark, explained to him in a flurry. Tony deserves to be trusted and entrusted with responsibility. Enough, listen, this is SHIELD, not your Tony Stark fan page. The clerk's supervisor hurried up to stop her. Nick shut her up with a look. Tony, Howard's son. Nick reached out and pinched his forehead. Howard has never let me down. It's him. Now, give me the list of the most unacceptable Avengers. Bruce Banner, Hulk. Johnny Blaze, Ghost Rider. Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Peppa Potts or Kelly Johnson. Is it Pepper or Arrow? With the list of candidates that he was obviously more satisfied with, Nick sat in a chair, his eyes thoughtful. Now, it's time to find a real leader for them. Sir, a research ship in Antarctica found a Nazi fighter plane frozen in the ice. We have confirmed that it was the one that Red Skull escaped, and we found a high concentration of nuclear reactions on it. The Antarctic base searched the interior of the fighter plane, and they found nuclear weapons inside, and this. Nick took the photo, and a shield branded with the American flag pattern was buried in the ice and snow. The good news is that Captain is still alive. The super soldier serum keeps his cells alive, and according to the expert's judgment, he can recover his vital signs at any time. His body is being sent to San Francisco, sir. Should we transfer it to the New York headquarters? No need. New York is not suitable for important activities now. Nick gently rubbed the shield in the photo with his right thumb. He was a little lost in thought. This is really the best news I've heard in a while. We will soon have. Chapter 184. Tensberg, Norway, 965 AD. The north wind blew from the land of extreme coldness, freezing the land into a wasteland. No one thought that the invasion would be so unexpected. The invaders from Jordan and Heim brought war to this land without warning. Odin received the news after the fall of Tensberg. He rushed to Bifrost and found out that the frost giants had already invaded Midgard. He brought the artifact passed down from the frost giants to the Midland, turning it into a wasteland of ice and snow. Even though Haim, who guarded Bifrost, informed him in time, he was still a step too late. The balance of the 9 realms cannot be blasphemed. Odin suddenly made up his mind. Order the soldiers to gather. From now on, after 19 breaths, we will set off to support Midgard. Because of Odin's order, the entire Asgard was in awe. The fighting spirit of the Asgardian men climbed to a peak that had never been seen in recent years. This race, which bathed in blood and fought in the day and drank and had fun at night, had unparalleled combat power. Laufey's ambition has exceeded his ability. I can tolerate his provocation, but I cannot tolerate him violating the ancient agreement of the 9 realms. This has crossed the bottom line. Too much time has passed, too long, so long that they have forgotten the nightmare of our ancestors and the oath of the 9 realms, to respect the promised land and never invade it. Odin's scepter heavily knocked on Bifrost, and brilliant light flowed from the bridge. He glanced at Haim and said, "Our ancestors told us that Bifrost is the lifeline of Asgard. Haim, my loyal guard, I want you to stay here. The glory of victory and the fierce battle have nothing to do with you. Have you ever been disappointed? Your Majesty, your order is my will." Haim bowed. "Very good, Haim." Odin nodded. "Remember, be wary of the traces of the 4 horsemen. The apocalypse is coming. The prophecy of the twilight of the gods is something that every generation of Bifrost guards must believe from the bottom of their hearts. Laufey doesn't believe in this prophecy, but I still remember it clearly. The nightmare that our ancestors once kept in the spring of word." Odin looked at the brilliant rainbow bridge under his feet and sighed. The ancestors created the rainbow bridge to monitor the safety of the universe, and created many artifacts with the 9 realms as weapons to resist the arrival of the apocalypse. But apart from us, Asgard, the other realms have forgotten their mission and our destined enemy: war, plague, famine, and death. Your Majesty, our ancestors were able to repel them time and time again. We can definitely do the same. He trusted his king, without a doubt. He believed in the tenacity and strength of Asgard. Odin shook his head and sighed. It's different. According to the prophecy, the twilight of the gods will arrive in our generation, and the darkness of the 9 worlds will soon be upon us. The world tree would eventually be enveloped by a powerful evil force. The apocalypse is coming. I suspect that the terrifying existence behind the apocalypse will return to this world. Hearing Odin's words, Haim's resolute gaze wavered. Is it the Creator? Yes. The apocalypse is his firstborn, and we are just his creations sprinkled from the soil. The naive mortals of Midgard believe that he will give them his youngest son and use blood to wash away their original sins. But we all know the shame he has branded on our bodies, his contempt for us. Vaguely, Odin remembered what the apocalypse had said to the Asgard gods. No, don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting the gods. I'm talking about the people on the world tree. Elves, dwarves, giants, humans. You're all monkeys. We used to be monkeys, but that doesn't mean we will always be the Creator. I will use the glory of an Asgardian life to make you admit that we are the noble gods who have inherited your will. The power of the ice was like a tide, surging and surging. The power that rushed out of the ice magic box shrouded half of Europe in wind and snow. The place closest to the magic box was so cold that even steel turned into powder in the northern wind. Only the high-tech metal in the hands of the Asgardian warriors could withstand it. After the psionic alloy was injected with biological psionic energy, it stubbornly resisted the cold wave that was close to absolute zero. Laufey! Odin roared in front of the formation. You have betrayed the glory of your ancestors. Among the blue-skinned giants, a frost giant with 3 scars on the right side of his face pushed away his fellow giants and walked up to Odin. Odin, you are still so arrogant. You Asgardians steal the position of gods and call yourselves gods, but I know your background. You are just a group of short monkeys who have stolen divine power. As long as I drive you out of Asgard and unify the entire 9 realms, I will be able to live high above the world tree and become a true, complete god. I will drive you group of false gods off the altar." Laufey raised his head and laughed, pointing at Odin. "Why can you live high in Asgard, while we are curled up in the cold Jordaheim? You know, we come from the same source." "Shut up!" Odin's spear shot out dazzling lightning, causing Laufey to take a few steps back. The Asgardians are upright, kind, and brave. Their character can be said to be great. How can you greedy frost giants come from the same source as us? Odin raised his holy spear and glared at the frost giants. His holy and powerful aura suppressed the giants, forcing them to lower their heads. "Odin, you thief!" Laufey was furious. The ice magic box in his hand emitted an even more powerful force, and a powerful wave of cold that froze space rushed towards the Asgardian warriors. "Ice magic box!" Odin's expression was solemn. After all, this was an artifact created by the 9 realms to fight against the apocalypse. It was also related to the key plan to resist the wrath of the Creator in the future. This weapon had endless energy, and it was an ultimate weapon created during the peak of the kingdom of Jordaheim. Even Odin had to avoid its edge. The temperature of a substance depended on the kinetic energy of the atoms, molecules, and other particles in it. According to the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution, the higher the kinetic energy of a particle, the higher the temperature of the substance. In theory, if the kinetic energy of a particle fell to the lowest point of quantum mechanics, the substance would reach absolute zero. This was the power of the ice magic box. Contrary to the heat death of the universe, created by the fire giants, the ultimate power of the ice magic box was to release the kingdom of death hidden inside. In this space, all matter had no particle vibration at all, and its total volume was zero, an absolute state of zero entropy. If the kingdom of death was completely released, it was enough to turn the 9 realms into nothingness. It was pulled into eternal darkness, a world of ice and darkness without time and temperature. The breath of ice from the magic box alone had brought heavy casualties to the Asgardian warriors. In the battle of strength and power, in the collision of magic and frost, there were countless deaths and injuries. The Asgardians had extremely advanced technology and unpredictable magic. But the frost giants also had the ice magic box and the unique technology of the giants. In the end, Odin exchanged one of his eyes with the fountain of wisdom left by the Asgardian ancestors for the power, runes, and ancient Asgardian technology that was enough to defeat Laufey. Gungnir. Odin pierced Laufey's lower abdomen with the Spear of Eternity and brought the ice magic box back to Asgard. Thus, the 9 realms ushered in more than a century of peace, until his 2 children, Loki and Thor, retaliated against the frost giants for stealing the ice magic box. To be continued. Chapter 185. Mr. Fantastic felt as if he had sunk into the deep sea, surrounded by darkness and a suffocating pressure. He couldn't see a single ray of hope or light. Sometimes he had the illusion that he would sink into this wandering illusion forever. He was sure that part of this world was fake, and everyone was deceived by some kind of illusion. The more he learned about Skynet, the stronger this feeling became. The despair and suffocation of being manipulated, fooled, and played in the palm of someone else's hand. As a traitor who betrayed his companions, Reed behaved conscientiously enough, but he was still not sure that he had deceived Chunong. On the contrary, the more he learned, the more he felt that Chunong had been observing him coldly, just like how he used to observe a unique white mouse. It was as if his struggle, fear, confusion, and determination were all under his control. Reed was now working at the Skynet base, located under the ruins of the former Statue of Liberty. It was a super base 30,000 meters deep into the Earth's crust, through the crust, mantle, and core. According to Reed's measurements, the base was about the size of 3 New York cities, and it was powered by cold fusion of heavy elements extracted from underground magma. The research topic was Pym's ray. The blue crystal emitted a hazy fluorescence under the light. As Reed aimed the ray, the prismatic refraction surface on the surface of the crystal reflected a rich blue brilliance, as if the outer layer of the crystal was wrapped in colloid and flowing as if it were alive. This was a psionic crystal with the closest known radiation properties to the human mind. It was hard to imagine the nature of this special radiation. It showed more characteristics similar to emotions, which were affected by the mind of living beings and could also affect the mind of living beings. Now, the crystal seemed to feel Reed's confusion. The surface was turbid and hazy like water ripples, and the pure blue light became more layered. This made Reed feel a little afraid. The psionic crystal reflected his thoughts and emotions in real time, giving him a strong feeling that he was being watched. He knew that this emotional and mental state was also the only way to control psionic energy. Psionic energy was controlled by the mind, and it showed different properties according to the mental state of the user. In the hands of a master of emotions and psychology, it was docile, but if the user could not control their mental state, it was also extremely dangerous. Reed had only seen one person who could play with psionic energy in his hands, and that was Chenong, the doctor of destruction in his eyes. He did not even know if Chenong had emotions. If the other test subjects were implanted with psionic energy, most of the emotions displayed were strange and changeable. They were violent when they were angry, cold when they were calm, lively when they were happy, and strong corrosive when they were sad. It gave Reed the illusion that this energy was alive. Reed believed that anyone who tried to control this energy would eventually be controlled by it. But Chenong was different. He was in Chenong's hands. Energy was energy. Reed shook his head to dispel the terrifying illusion in his heart. He carefully controlled the emitter of the Pym ray. He inserted information into the ray. It was complete genetic information composed of psionic energy. Pym could use the changes in the rays to modify the genetic information of humans, so that when the human body shrank, they would display the corresponding sexual characteristics. In the process of decomposing and reconstructing the human body, it was very easy for the human body to change its biological form and bones. Muscles, everything was reshaped. It was as magical as the transfiguration spell. His wife was the wasp woman. Therefore, when he shrank again, he could grow a wasp's wing. But Chenong and Reed's research was much more terrifying. The psionic crystal shrank to the size of a fingernail in the ray. Then a dreamy scene appeared. The crystal was like a seed, silently germinating. Vivid sprouts broke through the crystal's shell and drilled out. The 2 sprouts were crystal clear under the light, and their whole bodies looked like the most moist crystal sculptures. On the side of the seed that was facing the ground, there was also a root made of crystal. It pierced deeply into the hard, tempered glass. As the energy output of the ray increased, the seedling grew at a visible rate. It grew taller, sprouted, and grew stalks and branches. Finally, a lifelike crystal tree stood in the middle of the experimental field. It looked like a crystal sculpture, but Reed knew that it was a real life, a life made of psionic crystal. This was the result of Chenong's breakthrough in life once again. When Pym's ray really entered Chenong's field of vision, perhaps even the creator, Pym, didn't think that this special subatomic ray could create such a disruptive result. Chenong keenly discovered the mystery of the pocket dimension, which was also the cosmic dimension that Pym called and the supplement of matter in the real world. When Pym's ray shrank and magnified matter in the real world, the disappearance and replenishment of matter had always been a mystery. But to put it bluntly, these magical disappearance and appearance of matter came from another dimension. This was a scientific magic. Scientists hid matter in another place and borrowed matter from this place to complete the miracle of magnification and shrinkage. This wasn't just a simple zoom. but a complete and utter transformation. Pim created the wasp woman and changed the life form of humans, while Chun-Ong transformed inanimate matter into life. The transformation has stabilized. Chun-Ong walked over from another laboratory in the base and carefully observed the psionic crystal tree. He said to Reed, "The genetic information you've written is very successful. It's very suitable for its current form." After checking the crystal tree's vitality, magnetic field, and mental fluctuations, Chun-Ong announced, "This is a new species." "Dr. Dumb, this is just a simple imitation of natural plant genes. It's far from transforming inorganic matter into animals, let alone human genes." Reed shook his head. "Although the intelligent transformation you proposed has a theoretical basis, the difficulty is so high that it's impossible. It's impossible for humans to enlighten intelligent creatures. I remember the first time you questioned it was, it's impossible for humans to enlighten life. That's God's business." Chun-Ong looked at the crystal tree. The result was self-evident. As a part of nature, life is worthy of respect. But in terms of science, that's all there is to it. The nanomachines that made up Chun-Ang's body suddenly fell off in large areas. They became transparent, hard, and shattered on the ground like crystals. Reed could see the energy of Pim's rays flowing in Chun-Ang's carrier. In just a moment, Chun-Ang's carrier transformed into a material of psionic crystal and easily controlled Reed's emotions. The transformation was still continuing. From psionic crystal to adamantium, from super strong alloy to wood, from ordinary wood to liquid water, the texture of Chun-Ang's carrier kept changing. The form kept changing between bird, beast, fantasy breed, god, and human. Finally, it stopped at a male human with an iron mask. The physical world could no longer restrain him. That's the change. P.S. This was written yesterday. I was too busy today, so I made it up. Chapter 186. The crystal tree was not a pure scientific product from Earth, as Reed had thought. It was closer to an arcane creation. If one were to give it a definition, it should be a psionic activated object. N is an element of, it was an upgraded, activated object from a transformed object. It borrowed a lot from the arcane achievements of the Tory world and used psionic energy to create an animated golem. Apart from the arcane spell used in the manufacturing process, the crystal tree was a completely scientifically designed and operated species. It was a combination of life, golems, technological products, and artificial intelligence. The Pim particle solved the problem of transformation, and the artificial intelligence technology of Skynet deciphered the intelligence of thinking. Finally, the arcane spell gave false life to inorganic objects, and the divinity gave real life to the activated objects. Finally, this unique species was created. Reed could not help but reach out to touch the life that was born under his hands. He then retracted his right hand as fast as lightning and said in shock, "It has intelligence." When he touched the crystal tree, a feeling of joy and closeness came to his heart. Reed was shocked as if he had been struck by lightning. Of course. Otherwise, why would I create it? Chun-Ong came to the front of the crystal tree and let its curled leaves approach his body. Light blue psionic energy flowed down from the leaves of the crystal tree. As Chun-Ang's hand brushed past the treetop, a crystal flower quietly bloomed and then quickly withered. Reed felt a strong and familiar but unusually hidden energy wave radiating from the crystal tree. If he had not participated in the creation process of the crystal tree and was familiar with the energy radiation of the psionic crystal, he would not have discovered this energy. Countless chaotic thoughts filled Reed's head. He seemed to hear whispers, vague and noisy like an illusion. Countless voices seemed to be saying something, but when Reed listened carefully, it became blurry. Reed struggled to block out these voices, but he felt that his spirit was getting more and more anxious, almost driving him crazy. "What's in my head?" Reed's face was red. The more he resisted the voices in his head, the more tormented and confused he felt. He still did not know what he had created. "Calm down and don't resist it." Chin Ong walked in front of Reed and lowered the volume of the voices. Psionic energy is a spiritual power. You can only subdue it with your spirit. The stronger your spirit and the more tenacious your spirit, the more docile it will be. They are under your control. But if you chase after them, try to resist and control them by force, it will only backfire. If this goes on, you'll go crazy. I don't care if you're crazy or not. Maybe being crazy will give you more inspiration in science. If you really are crazy, I don't mind having a crazy researcher and new experimental materials under my command. Chin Ong calmed the psionic energy activity around Reed, giving Reed time to catch his breath. Release your mind to feel and understand it. Dissect your mind, meditate, and empty your mind. Doctor, what are you doing? What was the use of the psionic crystal tree? Dr. Dumb, I remember you told me that this experiment was about the transformation of matter and energy. You warned me. You warned me about the danger of psionic energy. But now you're letting me control it. Reed raised his head and looked much better. Chin Ong nodded and said, "Your experiment is part of the entire research. You're transforming matter and changing its nature. The transformation of the research has made the overall research progress more smooth than expected. It can be said that you've saved me a third of my time. Therefore, you're qualified to participate in the research on spiritual power and human spiritual potential." Spiritual power? Reed was not too surprised. He wanted to know the secret behind it. Didn't he lurk at Shanang's place to obtain more information about the experiment and prevent a possible disaster in the future? Yes, psionic energy is a kind of energy closely related to the spirit. The civilization based on psionic energy mixed philosophy and religion with it, turning this energy into a kind of belief and civilization. Although I've mastered this power, most of the data is on the physical interference of energy. I don't have enough research on the mind and spiritual space. Skynet has an innate disadvantage in this kind of research. In order to better explore psionic energy, I need to be more sensitive. Therefore, I need humans. I'm very curious about humans. The full name of the psionic crystal tree is the Psionic Radiation Psionic Beacon Tower. It can create psionic radiation that is close to human physiological needs. It can contact your spiritual world through dreams, whispers, illusions, and inspirations. This psionic beacon tower can affect the entire world. Reed thought for a while and asked, "What consequences will it cause?" Most humans don't have the qualifications to accept this power. Their minds are exhausted and their minds are restless. They will think it's a strange dream, auditory hallucination, or hallucination. Only 1 in 10,000 people in the world can clearly touch it, and those who can control it are even fewer. Generally speaking, only people with strong minds can be affected. Reed instinctively felt uneasy and asked, "You didn't mention what consequences it will cause." "There won't be any consequences." Chin Ong paused and added, "Maybe." "What do you mean by maybe?" Reed suppressed his urge to ask and spread his hands. The research on psionic energy has been very in-depth. Its biggest dangers, mental pollution and infection, have been basically perfected. The psionic radiation this time is evolved psionic energy. It's different from chaos psionic energy, primordial psionic energy, void psionic energy, demon psionic energy, holy light psionic energy, insect nest psionic energy, and other dangerous existences. It's safe for humans, but Chin Ong made a subtle turn, and Reed's heart was in his throat. But the energy isn't dangerous, but humans themselves are very dangerous. Humans' capacity is very poor. Chin Ong emphasized. What? Reed was confused, which was rare. Capacity and adaptability. As a race, humans have strong adaptability, but as a civilization, their adaptability is too poor. The order that you maintain is fragile and bloated. A slight movement will cause huge chaos. A huge population and a fragile civilization will cause the entire situation to change. What kind of person do you think has a strong will to conquer the mind? What kind of person is sensitive and strong-willed but fragile? What kind of person is fanatical and strong-willed but fragile? Chenong asked. A saint has a strong will to conquer the mind. A warrior has a strong will but fragile. Is that so? Reed racked his brain and asked. Psionic energy is a religious civilization in the universe. In other words, people with faith have the most special mental state. Strong and fragile coexist, and they are the easiest to feel psionic energy. More than half of the people on this planet have faith. Fortunately, most people's faith isn't strong, which is why your society hasn't collapsed. But among these believers, the majority of them are infected with psionic energy. Moreover, they are the most devout, fanatical, and holy people. The holy have a strong will to conquer the mind. The devout are sensitive and strong-willed, but fragile. The fanatics are fanatical and strong-willed, but their minds are chaotic. The former are archons, the latter are Templars, and the last are fanatics. Having grown up in a Christian environment, Reed's perception of religion wasn't bad. People with faith gain power, and it's much safer than those who are greedy and greedy. Is that so? Chenong sneered. This power comes from their hearts and is controlled by them. Everything they do will be in accordance with their hearts. This world's morals, laws, and deep-rooted beliefs will be greatly impacted by their faith. Soon, people will realize that the more devout they are, the more powerful they will be. Let's see, people with faith are less likely to be lost. Chenong looked at the crystal tree that was about to change the world with great interest. Reed felt a strong sense of uneasiness in the depths of his heart. He carefully thought about Chenong's words and suddenly raised his head. The Church of Truth. Will extreme believers of the Church of Truth gain power? Reed asked hurriedly. Of course, psionic energy is the same. Fanaticism is also a kind of spiritual power. And you think only extreme believers of the Church of Truth? This is a false proposition. Those who can feel psionic energy either have a high spiritual state and have realized their own minds, or they're devout and fanatical, and have been hypnotized to entrust their minds. So they're the same. The so-called moderate believers of the Church of Truth are just that the time isn't ripe yet. Now the time is ripe. The group of people who believe in the scriptures the most and believe in their own piety are about to receive a revelation. I believe this world will become more interesting. Chapter 187. The world is guilty. Crows flew over Manhattan, and dark clouds hung low to the ground, making it hard for people to breathe. Little less than or equal to said, New York City has completely fallen into the control of large consortia. Of course, the U.S. government is not worried about this. Although New York's autonomy is illegal, it is reasonable under the U.S. system. Large companies and consortia's countless funds and social organizations perform social functions on behalf of the government, and the government maintains control over New York through them. Such a system is by no means the worst. It is even relatively perfect and advanced. At least under the control of those giant consortia, New York's economic activity is even more prosperous. As some extreme liberals say, here you can find the shadow of the golden age of the United States. The free economy has been reborn here. Hammer Group is a member of this giant conglomerate. It is a large industrial group founded by Justin Hammer that focuses on weapons research and development. Its strength is one of the best in New York's industry. Especially after Stark Industries abandoned its weapons division, the entire Hammer Group inherited a large number of Stark weapons heritage and expanded by nearly 20%. But the good times didn't last long. A few months ago, Justin Hammer, the controller of the Hammer Group, was summoned by the relevant departments for an attack involving the Russian terrorist Ivan, and Hammer Industries was severely damaged. When the New York Management Council was formed, the Hammer Group lost the trust of the government and was pushed aside by its old rival, Stony Industries. Ivan, I need your help. Justin Hammer said to Ivan, who had just been released from prison. I bailed you out of SHIELD and convinced them that you have the potential to break Stoney's armor and contribute to this country, not to let you drown your sorrows in alcohol every day. Ivan's expression was numb and unmoved, but Justin still smiled. The cunning businessman saw the flame of unwillingness in his eyes, even though the man looked down and out. Although the man looked down, his heart was always burning with the flame of revenge. He spent his whole life to restore his father's reputation. This matter has become his lifelong obsession. Only by defeating Tony Stark can his soul rest in peace. Otherwise, even if there is only a set of bones left, he will climb out of the grave and prove the pride and honor of the Ivan family to Stark, and reclaim the glory that was slandered by Howard. I know, Ewan. I can smell the sulphurous fire on you, and I don't believe you'll give up. Your father and Howard created the small arc reactor together, but Stark became famous. Your father was framed and expelled from America. He died in a corner that no one knows about. Justin sighed. You need me too, don't you? Justin knew the man's talent. Although he was not as knowledgeable as the well-educated Stark, Ivan had astonishing talents in energy, information, and machinery. His train of thought was unconventional and unimaginable. The research system was full of extremes and extremes, but it could produce unexpected results. He was a self-taught genius who had completely inherited his father's attainments in the energy field. What about the specifics? Ivan asked. I can bring you unparalleled wealth, but what can you bring me for my revenge? Justin Hammer. Ivan looked at Justin and nodded with his head propped up. Yes, I needed your support in the past because I believed that the only distance between me and Stark was wealth. But reality taught me a lesson. My research wasn't what I imagined. I'm looking for new power, a direction that will allow me to defeat Stark. And you can't bring me that. Ivan sneered at Justin and shook his finger. Justin wasn't surprised. He had learned through SHIELD that this madman hadn't given up on his studies and research for a single day during his imprisonment. He was looking for a direction that could defeat Stark, and prison was just a secluded research site for him. He didn't care about what he had, and even his research funding was provided by SHIELD. If SHIELD hadn't accepted Tony Stark, and Ivan wasn't on good terms with him, they might not have agreed to release this valuable genius. I can't, but I have a new boss. Justin smiled. You should have heard of it. Justin got up from his desk and came to a wall decorated with bookshelves. He swiped his finger on the screen of his phone, entered a series of formulas, and pressed his palm in the center of the screen. Windows, doors. All the places that could be broken in were covered with alloy doors, and the bookshelves suddenly slid open to both sides. He opened his arms and said to Ivan, Welcome to the new era. Likewise, welcome our great boss, the founder of the new era, Skynet. As the door of the bookcase slid open bit by bit, a huge symbol of Skynet appeared in front of Ivan's eyes. In a huge room made of countless crystals, a cluster of crystals flashed with countless strange light spots. Ivan keenly noticed that there was a mysterious energy wave coming from this cluster of crystal tree that looked so lifelike. Skynet? The artificial intelligence that wants to control humans and rule the world? Ivan strode to the front of the crystal room and criticized Justin's ambition rudely. If it's your ambition, I'll have a whole new level of respect for you. Boss, it's not as simple as you think. Justin was not angry. Instead, he looked at him calmly. The crystals in the room suddenly lit up. They flashed with dazzling light and released powerful energy. The radiation spread along the tips of the crystals and resonated with the energy of the crystals in the room, forming a powerful energy storm in the room. The huge Skynet logo suddenly shattered into countless tiny grains of sand. As the energy storm swept through, it was sucked into the center of the storm. The two people outside the room could easily feel the terrifying power of the energy. It was powerful enough to destroy the entire city. Bright white light shot out from the center of the energy reaction. When the two opened their eyes, there was a blurry shadow floating above the crystal in front of them. Countless rays of light were bound to the shadow's body, forming a photon tide that looked like the universe. At the position of the shadow's brain, Ivan could see a nebula made of photons flashing. The mysterious activity known as thinking and calculation happened there. It was like a universe flashing. Photons rapidly communicated in this system to realize the calculation system that mimicked the human brain. Photon bionic computer? Although Ivan asked in return, his tone was very firm. Yes. Unexpectedly, Justin did not speak. Instead, it was the shadow that answered his question. You can recognize the calculation core of my host. That's not easy. You're an outstanding human. You're Skynet? Ivan's tone was doubtful. My creator called me. We're Skynet. You can call me that too. The shadow slightly fluctuated in the air. The body, formed by the convergence of countless photons, stretched out a finger to open a screen in the air. This clone is used to assist you. It has the most advanced computing power on this planet. It's about a function of the total efficiency of the planet's computing power. The shadow displayed a complex function on the screen. It formed a parabola that climbed with astronomical numbers. I know your strength. What do you want me to do? Ivan's expression was complicated. The shadow shook its head. I don't need you to do anything. If there is, then I hope you can make good use of this clone. Show your wisdom and create miracles. Show the most brilliant and glorious side of humanity. That's my goal. I don't care what you want to do. I only care if you're brilliant. Then why me? Ivan did not believe Skynet's words. Skynet could not deny it. It's not you that's chosen. It's the world. It'll be the entire human race that gets the chance. Of course, it's starting from a few, but everyone will have a chance. It's not just you, everyone. Many people think they're missing an opportunity. Now it's here. Justin stood behind Ivan and looked at the crystal tree. Stark has the arc reactor and SHIELD's full support. If you cling to your father's achievements, you'll never defeat him. Because the arc belongs to both of you. You'll only be able to defeat Stanny if you defeat your father first. I know. I won't hold onto a primitive arc reactor. Improving it and injecting my soul into it is my life's goal. Ivan looked at his hands. I'll use my own technology to defeat Stanny. That's why you need us. Do you see that crystal tree? It represents a new era, a new energy source. It's much more magical than a small fusion core like the arc reactor. It's more advanced, more advanced. It's the power of God, the power of psionic energy lurking in our hearts. The psionic beacon tower was officially awakened in New York. Powerful psionic radiation was spreading all over the world. A week later, Ivan came into contact with the psionic matter interference plane. Many religious authorities around the world fell into a coma. A large number of believers claimed to have heard divine prophecies and firmly believed them. 2 weeks later, miracles erupted in just a few days. Many people claimed to be prophets and received divine blessings. Ivan's psionic technology continued to be developed. Hammer and Oscorp worked together to explore a new type of cosmic ray. The research team on new energy was established at an absolute speed. The psionic energy shield sample was successfully developed. The psionic energy psionic transformation was successful. The spiritual technology tree was activated. A month later, the Pope issued an announcement at the Vatican, confirming the identity of the 18 saints and announcing the arrival of miracles. From the beginning of the miracles, we've always believed in the Lord beside us. Chapter 188. Little Pepper. At the Stark Industries headquarters, Tawny looked at the empty office in confusion. He had searched all the places where Potts could have been, but to no avail. If Peppa had not never skipped work, he would have suspected that Peppa was not at the headquarters. Cent Pound, Jarvis. Help me check little Pepper's schedule. Sir, I think you need to see this news. Jarvis projected today's news in front of Tawny with a warning in big, bold letters. Riots in East New York, 17 people killed. Miss Potts may be here. A blurry shot appeared on the screen, and little Pepper's figure flashed across the top of the screen. Although it was very blurry, Tawny recognized his girlfriend at a glance. What the hell? What is she doing there? Tawny muttered to himself helplessly, completely unaware of the difference in his girlfriend. Although it was still little Pepper's beautiful face, it was different from the gentle and cunning look she had when she was with Tawny. This time, Peppy's expression was cold and stiff, with a somewhat fierce and decisive temperament. It was the complete opposite of the smile and politeness of little Pepper in daily life. She looked extremely stubborn and resilient. She took off her business attire and wore a capable leather coat. She flashed across the screen. Oh my God, Kelly, you really came out. An ordinary female car stopped at little Pepper's feet. Parvati said excitedly, Unbelievable. Is the heroine of the past going to make a comeback? Didn't you decide to be a good girl by Tawny's side? I thought I would never see the day when we joined forces to beat up the villains. Little Pepper closed the car door and turned around to say in annoyance, You think I want to? You know, being a hero has never been my dream. If fighting crime is done by superheroes, then what's the use of the police? A stable order is better than the best superheroes. But that damn Tom has appeared again. F***CK, his Wellington group. I know, Parvati said to little Pepper with an expression of understanding. It's all Tom's fault. You joined Stark Group after graduation and became Tawny's secretary. I can't imagine how you put up with him. His philandering, his narcissism, and his love for superheroes. Oh my God, Iron Man has basically become his official identity. You're the one helping him manage Stark Industries. Even Tom is more reliable than him. He's been chasing you for a long time. Without waiting for little Chili Pepper to refute her, he made a zipping gesture with his mouth and said, I know, I won't talk about this anymore. Little Chili Pepper? No, now it was Kelly who pointed weakly at her right hand. From the moment he revealed my identity, forced me to hide my identity, and even put me on SHIELD's blacklist, he and I are sworn enemies. I found Tom's trail. During the attack in East New York today, he purposely flashed in front of the camera to warn me that I found you. Damn it. Can't SHIELD keep an eye on him? I did a search on the internet. His current identity is a lawyer and part-time priest of the community church. I can't believe it. They say he's very devout. Parvati nodded desperately and said, I know, but you don't know how much I've been looking forward to this day. Every time they mention you, I want to say, fuck little Chili Pepper. My friend is Kelly, the coolest heroine in history, codenamed Shoot Row, not the playboy girlfriend of Tawny Stark. Tawny! Kelly wanted to continue, but she didn't know what to say next. Okay, he's a playboy. Then dump him. Parvati slammed the steering wheel. Every time he changes women, I want to hack his hard drive and play his videos on the computer at Stark Industries. Unfortunately, there's that Jarvis. Parvati. Kelly held her forehead helplessly and then tried to divert her attention. I checked the latest information and found that Tom is related to the Overseas Energy Group. He seems to have been staying in Saudi Arabia. The situation in the Middle East has been turbulent in the past few weeks. NATO has suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of IS, and the Islamic State has occupied Saudi Arabia. It's definitely related to this. Yes, half of the entire royal family was killed. Wellington Group is now the most active energy group in the Middle East. After you destroyed their biological, pharmaceutical department, they almost couldn't recover. Old Wellington almost committed suicide because of this. After getting your news, I entered the server of Wellington's headquarters. Tom isn't in Saudi Arabia at all. His IP has always been in Iraq. He's not working with any energy group, but with the Islamic State. Italy welcomes the Pope. The Islamic State unifies the Middle East. Thailand declares war on Indonesia, and Pakistan declares war on India. These days, holy wars are everywhere. The car stopped in front of an inconspicuous building. Parvati had already opened a white glass terminal engraved with the letters Shoot Row and pushed up the holographic projection of the building. I didn't find much information, only some design drawings. Hey, I'm a little regretful. Let your boyfriend come. Isn't that what men do? And it looks like he's enjoying it. Kelly only needed a glance to remember these things. Then, she waved her hand and messed up the projection. This is my business. Connect me to the surveillance of this building. This was the voice control of the terminal. Soon, a serious and handsome young man with mesmerizing eyes appeared on the window. Tom. Kelly, we meet again. Although I don't know where you are, as long as Parvati invades the surveillance here, it will be transferred to me. This is a global live broadcast. At this moment, there are 8 satellite signals that are broadcasting this video. I'm sorry to drag you into this, but without your witness, my victory will be meaningless. Tom stood up from the chair. The camera shifted to his side and followed his gaze across the entire city. Only then did Kelly realize that Tom was standing on the Empire State Building. Behind him was a logo that all New Yorkers were familiar with, Skynet. With all due respect, most of the people in this world are trash. They are mediocre, and living is a waste of resources. As a whole, humanity has lost the motivation to evolve. The stupid live in this world, while geniuses like me have no choice but to mingle among you. These trash are only consuming the future of humanity. The truly creative and outstanding people have no choice but to share resources with these trash. They think that they are irreplaceable and that they provide for us. But is that really the case? Tom sneered as he moved to the side, exposing the thing behind him to the camera. It was an intricate cube, and a palm-sized model of the same shape was held in Tom's hand. The advancement of technology is beyond your imagination. Repetitive, uncreative work has long been replaced. This means that 90% of the population is just a meaningless waste of resources. The cube unfolded at the top of the building. In different parts of the world, there was a cube like this unfolding in a prosperous area. Countless exquisitely structured robots slid down from the cube and assembled into a magnified energy radiation device that was connected to the crystal pillar at the core of the cube. So, the Creator has sent a disaster. This is a test and trial for humanity. If we can't pass it, then we shall perish. The psionic core will spread the radiation of the beacon tower all over the world. Do you know what psionic energy is? Tom asked with a smile. Exclamations of the crowd could be heard from the video. The surrounding high-rise buildings were shattered like building blocks, and hundreds of tons of concrete were thrown into the air. A huge crack appeared on the ground, like a mass of solidified glue being twisted into pieces. The ground was broken into small pieces, and everything on the ground was stirred into a ball. Tom laughed wildly at the top of the building. This is psionic energy. Kelly, this is power. You know nothing about true power, trash, natural selection, survival of the fittest. In the past, humans conquered nature and this kind of test. Now the real test has arrived. The Creator has arrived. Either you conquer the Creator like nature, or you die like other animals and adapt to the Creator's choice. Everyone, please remember, this is a gift from the Creator. In 3 hours, the first psionic tide will erupt. According to calculations, more than 5 million people around the world will awaken psionic energy. They are like sharks that have mixed into a school of sardines. They will make the world truly move and screen out the truly suitable humans to survive. Tom smiled coldly at the camera and disappeared into the crystal pillar. Did SHIELD intercept the signal? Kelly frowned. Most of them were stopped. Only a few people have the opportunity to see this video. Parvati raised her head and said, "Something is wrong. What is Tom trying to do? What he's doing is meaningless." To be continued. Chapter 189. The SHIELD headquarters was the government's most important fighting force in New York. It was heavily guarded, and only things related to the most frontline battles were allowed to appear here. This was to prevent Skynet's prying eyes and to concentrate on breaking through Skynet's blockade. The interior of the building was airtight, and even the oxygen was self-produced. But no one dared to say that Skynet could not penetrate SHIELD. In this case, SHIELD maintained a low-intensity conflict with Skynet every day, and no one knew better than them how terrible Skynet was. In a small area, Skynet was indeed omniscient and omnipotent. The Avengers' plan was not going well. Although they had elite agents like Black Widow and Hawkeye, excellent scientists like Pym and Stark, superheroes like Bruce and Peter, and the charismatic Captain America, it was difficult for them to exert their fists and feet. In the face of Skynet's amazing technological weapons, they could only struggle to hold on. The heavy pressure made it difficult for the team to break in, and internal coordination was out of whack, and there were many contradictions. Tani was searching for traces of Pepper when Jarvis jumped out and reminded him, "Tani SHIELD is contacting you." "What do they want now?" Tani skimmed over the empty Empire State Building, and when he did not find any trace of Tom, he replied impatiently, "There was a terrorist attack here, and I'm mobilizing the search and rescue team. There were heavy casualties and there were ruins everywhere. Jarvis' life search system consumes a lot of power, and I don't have time to argue with you. Pepper is missing, and she may be threatened by a madman. New York has suffered the most terrible attack in history, and now you want me to go to a meeting? I don't care how important your matter is. I only know that many people's lives are in danger here, and only I can help them. Tani, I know you want to help them, but you have more important things to do. I can send professional search and rescue personnel to help them, but now humans need your wisdom. It's about the survival of the race." Nick Fury took a deep breath and hung up the phone. SHIELD headquarters in New York, now Los Angeles. All the scientists were gathered in the virtual laboratory. The highly informational laboratory could achieve global, synchronized information exchange. Conducting experiments in such a laboratory all over the world was like facing each other face to face. The virtual projection and illusion technology made the space here dozens of times larger. The researchers and agents from other places appeared here in the form of virtual projections. Nick and Fury are at the very center of the laboratory. Looking around, SHIELD experts in biology, information, genetics, energy, and space are all concentrated in such a small laboratory. Some of them came in person, while others were virtual projections from other laboratories. However, the authenticity of the experiment would not be reduced. The records of the Dead Sea Ancient Scroll and the murals in Atlantis have already been partially proven. Just the portion that has been proven is enough to overturn the history of mankind. Even if this might cause us to fall into hell, we have to admit that mankind was indeed created. Nick's face was ashen, his breathing rapid as he pressed on his chest. "Has the obelisk been deciphered?" he asked, turning to Coulson. "Even with the help of the outsiders, it will take a lot of time. At present, only some scattered information has been deciphered." Coulson's eyes flickered. She didn't dare to look into Nick's eyes. The obelisk has the power to explain death itself, Nick suddenly said to himself. He looked at Coulson. "Don't forget that our enemy, Skynet, told us its name is War Skynet. The ruins and relics of Atlantis and Lemuria also tell us that on the day of the apocalypse, for horsemen will descend upon the earth, bringing war and famine to the earth, plague and death. Skynet is war." Nick's resolute words made Coulson tremble. He looked straight into Coulson's eyes and said word by word, "Now, tell me, what is recorded on the steel?" Coulson's hands trembled, and he instinctively refused. The current data does not form a complete logic. Those scattered records can't prove anything. It just repeats some words from the Bible, the Apocalypse, the Four Horsemen, and the ancient civilization's most feared secret. So the Four Horsemen represent the enemies of the ancient civilization for our more terrible threats, and what we are facing now is one of them. From ancient times until now, they have not disappeared. Tell me, what secret is recorded on the obelisk? Nick paced restlessly in the center with his hands behind his back. Although he knew that such information would be restricted by the World Security Council, Nick still insisted on his right to know. He believed that Coulson would not hide it from him, or would not hide it when he questioned him. The obelisk has the power to explain death itself. Coulson just repeated Nick's words, but it made Nick's eyes light up. The obelisk records information about the Death Horsemen. It was recorded by the Inhumans millions of years ago or even earlier and kept in the obelisk. I am sure that the Four Horsemen are not only a threat to humans, but also a terrible disaster for the Inhumans. They are so important that their information needs to be recorded in a foolproof place, their artifact, the obelisk. Nick quickly connected the clues. At this point, Coulson did not need to hide for the Security Council anymore. He said directly to Nick, "Most of the deciphered information on the obelisk is fragmented. From the few complete information available, the ancient civilization faced the disaster of the apocalypse. After being destroyed, they came to Earth to rebuild their home. But their enemies, the four terrible disasters known as the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, followed them to this new world. In order to protect the peace and freedom of future generations, the ancient civilization, together with other civilizations in this universe, sealed the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Among them, war was thrown into the sun, pestilence slept on the back of the moon, famine left the earth to fight with other civilizations in the universe, and death was sealed in our hearts. Only when love and courage dried up, and despair and madness confused our hearts, will it reappear." There were still some parts that Coulson did not say, including the history after most of the ancient civilization and the Four Horsemen perished together. Mankind was just a part of the experiment of the apocalypse. This was recorded in the ruins of the ancient civilization of Atlantis and Lemuria. The ancient civilization was hostile to mankind, almost despising mankind. In their murals and texts, mankind appeared in the form of apes, doing the work of slaves and beasts. The Inhumans also provided us with some information. The shadow of the apocalypse has not disappeared. The decline of the Inhumans, the tragic war in the Nine Realms, the disappearance of other civilizations on Earth in this universe, and the destruction of the Atlantean and Lemurian civilizations are all inextricably linked to the disaster of the apocalypse. In the era of the apes, mankind had technological strength no less than today's. Although they were despised by the ancient civilization, the apes had amazing talent and amazing wisdom at that time. At one time, they created a glorious civilization second only to the ancient civilization. Nick's heart became heavier and heavier. The truth was more difficult to accept than lies, but the archaeological excavation of the ancient civilization, the communication with Inhumans, and the breakthroughs in genetics all prove this fact. The emergence of Skynet was the most favorable evidence, and even Nick suspected that the current psionic chaos must have the shadow of the Four Horsemen. Whether the other Four Horsemen were about to arrive, or what the apocalypse wanted to do with them, D could not let it go smoothly. We are not without hope. From ancient times to the present, every civilization that was hurt by the apocalypse left precious gifts so that their successors could use the great crystallization of their civilization to fight against the apocalypse. Time, we need time. Nick suddenly said, Chapter 190. If you can't think of a good reason, then you're screwed, you know? Nick Fury. The capable golden red armor broke the window and descended from the skylight. Tony Stark, wrapped in this armor, told Nick bluntly that the security system here was actually designed by him, and only he could break in with weapons. Nick secretly remembered this in his heart and made up his mind to find someone to modify it next time before installing the system. Tony glanced around the room, his gaze lingering on the familiar faces for a moment before he moved his eyes away. His helmet popped open, revealing Tony's face full of displeasure. There are so many people here. Why must it be me? I don't think there's anything more important than saving those who were injured in the attack. SHIELD has sent people to rescue the injured, and where are the rescue robots from Skynet? The crisis here is no less than there. We are fighting for the survival of humanity. Time is very important to us now, Tony. We need you. Nick's words were very sincere. Now every minute and every second was urgent. More than half of SHIELD's scientific research power was concentrated, but the progress was still slow. Now they could only count on Tony's talent. Of course you need me. When everyone is powerless, who else can you count on but me? Tony smiled proudly. Now can you tell me what made SHIELD so helpless? Let me see, what is this? Tony pushed away Nick, who was blocking him, and looked in surprise at the simple stone tablet placed in the center of the laboratory. The irregular tablet was inscribed with obscure words and ancient characters, which seemed mysterious and strange to Tony. Lemurian words. This thing actually exists. You should find an archaeologist, not me. If he hadn't seen something similar in Howard Stark's relics, Tony would have had a hard time recognizing this ancient relic from the lost ancient civilization of Lemuria. This sunken continent was once located in the South Pacific Ocean between North America and Australia. Its history and existence were a mystery. Other than knowing that it was a civilization that existed at the same time as Atlantis, humans knew almost nothing about it. A relic, suspected to be in the Lemurian language, was found here. This was an important discovery for the civilization of the world. This is the Monument of Death. Pym stood in front of the stone tablet and explained to Stark, a divine artifact from the ancient civilization of Lemuria. We believe that the Lemurians were a technologically advanced and powerful civilization that fought many wars with the Atlantean civilization. However, both civilizations have a common enemy, the apocalypse. The apocalypse was very powerful. After putting up a strong resistance, the two hostile civilizations were destroyed together. Most of the traces they left in this world had been erased from the earth by the disaster of the apocalypse. There are only a few things left that cannot be destroyed, and this stone tablet is one of the most important pieces. In the last century, the stone tablet was moved away from the palace of the Emperor of China by the European army. After nearly 30 years of wandering, it finally fell into the hands of SHIELD. It had been stored in the research facility of the prehistoric civilization. From there, researchers discovered a large amount of super technology that current science could not understand, and finally became the evidence that confirmed the existence of the Lemurian civilization. However, because the technology was too advanced, it could not be used, so it had been sealed in the warehouse of the research facility, until the Inhumans' translation of the obelisk mentioned this mysterious stone tablet and called it the Monument of Death. It is indeed very mysterious. The technology contained in it should not be accessible to humans now. For things that you do not understand, you should be cautious when approaching it, or it will bring disaster. Of course, I'm excluded. Tony focused on studying the stone tablet and nodded. But why is it related to the survival of humanity? Nick looked at Tony with his single eye for a while and said cautiously, because the culprit that caused the destruction of the Lemurian civilization, it has reappeared. Tony turned to look at him and said with certainty, Skynet. In the records of another prehistoric obelisk, Skynet was indeed one of them, but the apocalypse was far more terrifying than we imagined. Lemuria Atlantis, and even the ancient civilizations that disappeared in the river of time were all destroyed because of it. Earth is very fragile, and human civilization is in danger. You hope to find the power of the Lemurian civilization to fight against the apocalypse? Tani asked doubtfully. Yes, according to the obelisk. Atlantis and Lemuria joined forces at the final moment of destruction. Together, they searched for the power to fight against the apocalypse and successfully sealed death. They recorded the key information of death on the monument of death. They recorded the power to fight against the apocalypse on the monument of life and time, and then went to meet destruction. Compared to the powerful ancient civilizations, humans had nothing. But now, the prophesied time of the apocalypse is approaching, and Skynet first came to this world and chose doom as the human form. The non-humans warned us that we would be like the countless civilizations destroyed by the apocalypse, ushering in the end. Apart from survival, we have nothing else. That was the belief of the non-humans in despair. They had experienced too many disasters that destroyed civilizations, and at first they could still persevere and start anew, creating a new civilization. But after time and time of despair, the non-humans chose to go into exile, abandoning civilization, abandoning legacies, and surviving as a race, preserving the spark after the apocalypse. I'll give it a try. Tani was shocked by the news he heard, and he showed a rare hesitation. This obelisk's technology is completely different from ours. I'm not completely confident, but I can only try. Nick, help me find Lil Pepper. Nick nodded silently and patted him on the shoulder. Bruce and the rest are deciphering the obelisk. There is a lot of important information there. Tani, let me tell you some of the deciphered information first. Pim brought Tani to the center of the obelisk. The ancient civilization and the apocalypse came from the same universe as us. Tens of billions of years ago, the apocalypse and the first ancient civilization came to this world, and then there was a war that lasted for billions of years. In the end, the first ancient civilization and the indigenous civilizations of the Milky Way perished together, and the apocalypse waited for the second ancient civilization to come. Second, in order to escape the apocalypse, the ancient civilization followed the footsteps of the first ancient civilization and came to this universe. But due to the subtle difference between the two universes, there was a gap of tens of billions of years. When they arrived on Earth 100 million years ago, they only came into contact with the ruins of the first ancient civilization. On top of the ruins, they worked with the remnants of the first ancient civilization to create an even more glorious civilization, and the brilliant light of civilization illuminated the entire Milky Way until the apocalypse came again. The age of destruction came. In the end, our ancestors were separated into the 9 worlds by the apocalypse, and the ancient civilization only left behind Atlantis, Lemuria, Jandaia, and the Mu continent. The obelisk is very important to us. The obelisk of death and the obelisk of time and life record the power of Atlantis and Lemuria to fight against the apocalypse, passed down from the first ancient civilization and developed to the extreme. The energy and life from the universe that was born in the apocalypse. Is there any clearer information? Tani spread his hands. This is all vague history. Our deciphering of the obelisk is still in the vague stage, Pim said helplessly. According to some more vague information, the power we are looking for is a combination of energy and life. It has about the positive and negative energy of 1,000,000 stars and the ultimate life form. It comes from a project of the ancient civilization called Sentinel. Looking at the obscure words on the obelisk, Tani said with emotion, "What we are looking for is the Sentinel." The Sentinel is very dangerous now. According to speculation, its complete information is divided into 2 parts. One part records its energy and soul and the great miracle of sealing death, which is recorded on the obelisk of death. The other part represents the Sentinel's life equation, which is recorded on the obelisk of time and life, and its whereabouts are unknown. Chapter 191. In Skynet's New York laboratory, Chin-Ong maintained his observation ability at the microscopic level through the Skynet robot flowing in Bruce's blood vessels, observing Bruce's cells with a nano-level vision. Before Bruce transformed into the Hulk, his cell structure was similar to that of a normal person. But in the eyes of a scientist like Chin-Ong, it was different. Under the powerful energy radiation, Chin-Ong observed the intense reaction of the genes in the Hulk cells. As if following some fixed program, the double helix gene structure proliferated rapidly, producing a large number of redundant negative energy gene chains and rapidly changing the cell structure. Chin-Ong has found the same pattern similar to the X gene on many gene chains. It can be determined that these genes can play a certain role in the complex energy reactions of the human body and can even interfere at the quantum level. However, unlike ordinary genes, the genes of Bruce's cells are relatively fixed in human form, but in the state of the Hulk's genes, there is no fixed form. This dynamic gene is enough to prove that the genes are not the genetic material of Bruce's race. Chin-Ong suspects that the Hulk's genetic information may not be borne by the material, but the spiritual level or the meme is more likely. Anger may not be the key to the Hulk's power, but the Hulk itself. Through simple imitation, Chin-Ong was able to replicate a portion of the cell's form. As a result, the form of the cell was fixed after the replication. Although it still had the characteristics of a high-energy gene, it had essentially lost the genetic characteristics of the Hulk cells. Therefore, although Chin-Ong has recorded the dynamic changes of most of the negative energy gene chains in tens of thousands of experiments, he still hasn't reached the core secret of the Hulk's transformation. He can now replicate many abominations and Hulk clones, and under the modulation of Skynet technology, he can synthesize many imitations of high-energy life forms, even more powerful than the current Bruce. But they will never be the Hulk, unable to bathe in anger. Burning with rage, he became endlessly powerful until he destroyed himself and everything else in existence. It's just that this kind of experiment must be carried out on Bruce. Without Bruce, the cell sample will immediately lose the core characteristics of the Hulk. Chin-Ong is not in a hurry. He had enough time to collect data from wild Bruce, so he didn't need to capture this precious specimen for the time being. The whole experiment wasn't completely fruitless. It could be said that it was an extremely successful experiment. Not only did they collect some key data for follow-up research, but they also discovered some mistakes in the experiment. Under Skynet's research, they also made great progress. Not to mention the abomination, the biochemical weapon. The discovery of spontaneous nuclear cells really gave Chin-Ong a pleasant surprise. The nuclear energy cells did not have any replication barriers. Chin-Ong exposed a bit of cell tissue to a high-radiation environment, simulating the complex cosmic environment. When the cosmic rays hit the cell tissue, it was as if some kind of shackle had been unlocked. The high temperature of the cell dissolved the binding device, and after being exposed to the air, it rapidly replicated and grew stronger. The consciousness of the nuclear cells displayed a strong aggressiveness. The wriggling mass of flesh overflowed with intense energy reactions. Like a gluttonous life form, it quickly plundered the surrounding matter. It wantonly replicated, split, and assimilated. After expanding to a height of tens of meters, the nuclear cell tissue, with a temperature of tens of thousands of degrees and a powerful radiation that was enough to kill all life in a city, pounced towards Chin-Ong. It plundered every remaining piece of information in its genetic instincts and rapidly changed its form, imitating the information in the genes. It pulled out 4 tentacles, and the dense muscle structure released a powerful force of tens of thousands of tons, easily tearing apart the alloy components that were blocking its way. 90% of Chin-Ang's attention was focused on analyzing the data in his hands. He couldn't care less about the mutated experimental specimen. The nuclear cells had not broken through the experimental platform yet. Skynet's alarm mechanism had already been triggered, and the billions of intelligent atoms in the air had already fused on their own. Precise and powerful energy, along with invisible microgravitational waves, bombarded the body of the experimental subject. The ultra-high temperature fusion fireball was restrained on the experimental platform by a magnetic field. The entire Skynet base's intelligent heavy atoms, under nano-level microcontrol, steadily carried out a chain reaction. The powerful energy carried by the thermal neutrons increased the temperature of the fusion fireball, causing parts of it to reach the ultra-high temperature of the core of a star, evaporating the experimental subject at the atomic level in just a short moment. The experimental sample cells already possess the basic instincts of life. Although the level of intelligence is extremely primitive, it already has the characteristics of a collective surface consciousness. Chun-Ong casually analyzed the characteristics of the nuclear cells. As if he had thought of something, he frowned and shook his head. The instincts of life are too strong. As an organ that performs work, the efficiency is extremely low. It is far inferior to magnetic force or gravitational force. The nuclear cells did not choose a more effective method to perform work because of its high-level energy characteristics, possessing the instincts of low-level carbon-based life. Luo Ji's analysis efficiency is low, and its self-consciousness does not have the potential to develop. Reed looked at the tragic scene on the experimental platform with a complicated expression. The more he knew about Chun-Ong, the more terrified he felt. In the laboratory, he had witnessed at least hundreds of experimental samples that could bear the responsibility of destroying Earth being easily destroyed by Skynet. One of the stronger ones had once destroyed half of the New York base before it was destroyed by extreme antimatter anomaly that drained half of the base's energy. Due to Chun-Ang's unique hobby, the top floor of the Skynet base could always see the sky. Every full moon, no matter how urgent the experimental task was, Chun-Ong would always come out for a walk. This was one of the few habits he still maintained as a human. Under Reed's gaze, Chun-Ang's body disintegrated into a pile of broken metal gravel and merged into the base. At the top of the sinkhole, under the Statue of Liberty that was preserved as a decoration for the Skynet base, the surrounding metal quickly disintegrated into countless nanomachines and reformed Chun-Ang's body. Chun-Ong leaned against the huge statue and looked at the surface of the sea that was still slightly floating not far away. The calm moonlight and the breathing sea were unusually beautiful, but Chun-Ong saw a completely different world. Algae, bacteria, microorganisms, fish, insects, and small animals formed the human perspective, the microscopic world that exceeded the human observation ability. Atoms, subatoms, and bosons were like planets in the universe, moving in this space. When the dimension rose to a higher level, this space became more complex and mysterious. Dark matter was infinitely deep in the void, the concept of a moving coordinate system composed of time and space, extending infinitely in high latitudes. The past and the future met in Chun-Ang's eyes. On the timeline, from the origin to both ends, countless possibilities, quantum, fate, consciousness, and those uncertain variables formed countless equations and formulae in mathematics, expressing information that was difficult for humans to understand. The gravitational tides from the huge planet beneath his feet, the satellite celestial bodies that reflected the light of the stars above his head, the gravity, radiation, energy, and light from the local and foreign galaxies. These complex information, these huge existences constantly reminded Chun-Ong that everything was different. Thinking Luo Ji, all the information formulae that formed the self, everything that was defined by humans as values, outlook on life, and everything about the world, thinking, personality, existence, self, consciousness, and those concepts of I were all different. Chun-Ong was no longer the mundane creature that could only see the moonlight and the ocean. His vision was infinitely broader than that of humans, his logic transcending all human history and reality. Before the endless Tao, Chun-Ong, who belonged to humanity, ultimately remained in the past, entrusting the oath of never being merciless to the flow of time. Everything in the past was akin to dying yesterday, and everything in the future was akin to living today. He could only find that simple, primitive self at the edge of memory and the corner of time, the existence of Chinong, the tiny mortal self at the forefront of the linear dimension. Chinong never felt lonely. Behind that infinitely broad vision, the fog and darkness would only become deeper. In the dimensions, the world line, the dimensional coordinates behind the existence of dark energy and dark matter, in his own consciousness, the universe, and the tree of scientific knowledge, Chinong would only feel ignorance and shallowness. To him, there was nothing more worth pursuing than uncovering those secrets and achieving self-sublimation. Chinong glanced at the space he was in, the information formed by electromagnetic waves at a glance. It was a life with a simple structure, and to Chinong it was a simple existence. From the inside to the outside, it traced back to the past and the future, a complete existence that contained countless timelines and parallel worlds. It belonged to an organization called the Hydra, and its purpose was to steal the authority to control Skynet. Professor Arnim Zola, who transferred his own consciousness to the network and carried his life with electromagnetic waves, thought, information, matter, energy, and soul were all grasped in Chinong's hands. An intelligent life is already bold enough to try to control Skynet? Chinong was a little surprised by their arrogance. He casually flipped through Arnim Zola's memories and the conspiracies and plans in his mind, and made an assessment of the possibility of its realization. The probability was not much lower than the possibility of the Earth being destroyed in the next second. The human race can always give me some unexpected surprises. Chinong could not help but be surprised by the cunning and boldness of their conspiracy, the thoroughness and feasibility of the plan. In the future dimension, there was actually the possibility of Skynet being controlled. Red Skull, Baron Citric, Demon Baron, Dr. Zola, Madame Hydra, and Hitler were indeed the most outstanding people with this ability. With Dr. Zola's existence form, if he obtained Skynet, it would really seem like he would soar to the sky. The whole plan was subversive, bold, and meticulous. It was targeted at Skynet and even had a comprehensive intelligence analysis. It made full use of the advantages of the Hydra, and the room for response was not small. It was full of ambition and initiative that Chinong admired. Chapter 192. After turning Dr. Zola's memories and thoughts upside down, Chinong let go of Dr. Zola's stagnant consciousness. He did not even notice the subtle changes in the outside world. Just like a program that had been deleted and lost a certain period of time, this period of time did not exist for Zola. Arnim Zola! Chinong stared at the special electromagnetic waves in front of him. Zola's consciousness was here. It was as obvious as a gorilla among monkeys, but he knew nothing about it. A lunatic who transferred his consciousness to the internet. A Hydra scientist who used to be human but is now an intelligent life. A geneticist, an information scientist, and a scientist whose intelligence is beyond human comprehension like Howard and Pym. Chinong's sudden words frightened the special wave in the void. It tried to escape, but Skynet immediately let him know that there was no way out. The firewall surrounding him was impregnable. Looks like you know too little about Skynet. Chinong smiled. You treat it as an intelligent life, but how long has the internet been around? Your exploration, understanding, and definition of intelligent life are too shallow. You even treat Skynet as an intelligent program crawling on the internet. If you knew what Skynet is, you would not face me in such a fragile form. I'm indeed surprised, Dr. Doom, but I mean no harm. We have enough common interests in terms of position and interests. I think it's worth considering our relationship. Dr. Zola was indeed very capable. He quickly came back to his senses. He controlled the satellite and sent this text to the Skynet information body. Chinong released some of the nanomachines so that Zola could control them. The silver nanomachines reassembled into a metal robot without a face. It stood in front of Chinong. It said in an electronic voice, Dr. Doom, your invention is very great. It exudes the charm of science, ingenuity, and efficiency from inside out. Skynet is undoubtedly the greatest invention I've ever seen. You flatter me. Chinong did not appreciate it. He still had a faint smile on his face. He looked at him calmly. But you did not fully utilize its power, Dr. Dumb. Compared to its ingenious design, your use of it is crude. Everything about humans, consciousness, body, nerve reflex speed, brain reaction speed. Even Luo Ji's way of thinking is restricting the power of this great creation. This is not a miracle that humans can control. Your reactions can't keep up with its speed, and your Luo Ji can't understand its calculations. It's like a horse that can't win because of its rider's clumsiness. You need friendly help, Doctor. For example, letting an intelligent life that has lost its body obtain administrator rights of Skynet. Chen Ong spread his hands and smiled. Is that so? I have to say it. It's a win-win choice. Zola analyzed for Chen Ong as if it was true. No one knows more about intelligent life than I do, although you are also a great scientist. But who better at manipulating networks than a guy who lives in a computer? We have a common enemy, Dr. Doom. Hydra has 9 heads. Why can't you be the most important one? We believe in the strong. It sounds very tempting. Chen Ong said calmly as he looked at the sea. Zola controlled the robot to project some documents and videos of Hydra in front of Chen Ong. It introduced some low-level secrets of Hydra in detail. Although it did not involve core interests, it was enough to show how huge a force hidden in the dark was. Other than half of SHIELD, there were more hidden forces hidden under the water. Hydra was not so much a remnant of a Nazi organization. It was more like an underground organization created by ambitious people to challenge the international order after World War II. It was a complex organization created by people in power all over the world, motivated by various conspiracies, ambitions, arrogance, and greed. Just like its name, Hydra, the controller of deadly venom and chaos. Unfortunately, we are not the same people. Chen Ong shook his head. Your ambitions are worthless to me, Zola. I know what you want to do. People hiding in the dark want to stand in the light and enjoy power and wealth. In my opinion, you bunch of rats should just obediently die in the dark. On a planet with only 6 billion people, in less than 200 years, in order to fight for the power of the planet's president, a group of half-greedy, half-arrogant ants hiding in the dark created a lousy organization in order to show their existence. Its influence can't go out of the solar system, and it can't even develop the nearest satellite. How can I take such a simple, primitive, and joke-like organization seriously? Chen Ang's face was calm and a little cold. I have no interest in joining a group of monkeys. I feel very sorry. Zola's voice became low, as if she had something in her mouth. She said vaguely, I came with friendship, but you rejected our friendship. That was a mistake. Your tone is so fearless. You must be confident that you can escape from my control, right? Chen Ong regained control of Zola's temporary body. The backdoor and virus that Zola arranged did not work at all. It could only turn into a stiff metal statue again. The electromagnetic wave that Dr. Zola was in had some interesting changes. The frequency became unstable, and the signal simply disappeared from the electromagnetic detection. It became an extremely hidden electromagnetic signal of a special frequency. As long as the consciousness register is still there, I can transfer to other devices at any time. To a certain extent, Dr. Zola could not be killed because he did not exist in the real world. The technology that could capture him in the vast virtual world did not exist yet. After obtaining the full support of Hydra, Zola was like a god in the world of the internet. No one could destroy him. As long as there was a device connected to the internet, Zola was indestructible. But this was only what he thought. In the virtual world, Chen Ang's figure appeared in front of Zola. He was sitting on a chair and countless data flowed past him. Space-time coordinates, dimensional expansion, and Chen Ong used the data to create a world that was exactly the same as the outside world around Zola in just a few seconds. The same moon, sea, and Statue of Liberty. The internet is a virtual world. Of course not. Chinong shook his head. Do you think you exist in another world? That's just a world that ordinary people can't get involved in. The human perspective is limited to the visible light and the level of ordinary matter. Therefore, it seems that the reality that carries the virtual world does not exist. But that doesn't mean that the virtual world is an imaginary space to the real world. You're just a piece of electronic data that exists in this world. Chapter 193. Zola failed. Red Skull's skin was close to his skull, and his eyes were sunken. This was the side effect of him inhaling the telepathic gas, making his head look like a dry skeleton. Due to an accident, the angel's dust corroded his skin, and there was no way for him to recover his face. I didn't expect him to fail, and I didn't expect him to not even be able to escape from Skynet. Baron Citric shook his head. We underestimated our opponent. Dr. Doom is indeed the most dangerous supercriminal identified by S.H.I.E. He is cautious, cunning, cruel, insidious, and fierce. When Kim was taken care of, we should have been more vigilant. Zola uploaded her consciousness to the virtual network. This was a foolproof thing, and S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't find him. I thought he would be a god on the internet. Red Skull nodded in agreement with the Baron's words. He looked at the information in his hand and said solemnly, although there's a lot of information about Skynet, I always feel that S.H.I.E.L.D. is hiding something from us. Their information about Skynet and Dr. Doom is completely inconsistent with their actions. Based on my understanding of them, when there is a scandal like this in New York, the U.S. government will pounce like a hungry wolf and tear those who try to provoke it to pieces. Baron Citric turned around and looked at Red Skull. But they didn't. Even if they let the prestige and hegemony of the U.S. suffer, they didn't react. What if they are afraid? That's impossible. The Baron shook his head and said sarcastically, even if there are so many ambitious people and forces in the world, the U.S. is always the strongest. It may suffer, but it will never be afraid. What is there in this world that is worth this giant being afraid of? Terrorist organizations? Supercriminals? Or those international challengers? Even the country across the Pacific will take at least 50 years. Only then can they challenge the U.S. Red Skull couldn't deny it. This is all on Earth. What if it's not this world? The Baron was shocked by Red Skull's words. With their power, of course, they can access the information of those alien civilizations on the Earth. They also know that the Earth is only a small civilization in the universe. But no one is mentally prepared to face an alien civilization that they know nothing about, suddenly broadening their horizons to a vast and terrifying realm. That kind of unknown would bring endless fear. For the sake of caution, suspend the operation against Dr. Doom. This was the conclusion both of them came to. Especially at such a crucial time, it was better not to provoke such an unpredictable enemy. Skynet and Chinong were too mysterious, and they all felt a sense of danger. They have received news that Hydra's nemesis, Captain America Steve Rogers, has been rescued from the ice by S.H.I.E.L.D. With Captain America's keen sense of smell, he will soon discover Hydra's flaws. If he were to pull out the Hydra, it would be a big problem. What about Dr. Zola? The Baron turned to look at Red Skull. The latter just shook his head coldly and said in a slightly regretful tone, "We can imitate Zola's consciousness code and copy an artificial intelligence. It should be able to meet most of the requirements." Meet most of the requirements meant that they would never be able to replace Zola, but they had to consider the price of rescuing Zola. The Baron nodded and agreed with him. Hydra's system was very strange, just like its name. 9 foot referred to the fact that there were many leaders, led by several Nazis and the most powerful, ambitious people, and the other leaders assisted in leading this dark organization. It also implied that this organization had a strong vitality and had 9 lives. And Snake meant that it could not see the light. Only by lurking could it survive. It was a complete collection of interests. The 9 heads killed each other, fought for power, and at the same time depended on each other. When there was no interest involved, the Baron, Red Skull, did not mind rescuing Zola. But considering the major interests involved, this loyalty was completely unreliable. Now, and the information that Zola knows. Withdraw all the intelligence personnel it knows and make a new plan, Red Skull added. Then our losses will be... Don't care about the losses, Red Skull said firmly. Remember, concealment is the only rule of survival for Hydra. But we don't know how much Zola knows. With his intelligence, he has been exposed to our internet system. With his ability, he can find any files and data we save. If we give up, Hydra will be cut in half, the Baron fiercely opposed. How much does he know about the Tesseract? Red Skull asked. Zola is the chief person in charge of the Tesseract's research. He knows almost everything, the Baron replied solemnly. If Dr. Apocalypse can pry open Zola's memory, then most of Hydra's secrets will not be guarded against him. Red Skull did not expect the situation to be so serious. Even in the worst-case scenario, Zola will still buy us enough time. Zola is one of the most outstanding scientists in the field of biology and energy. His value is limitless. No one will touch him easily. We're safe for now. Before the Baron's voice died away, the underground base in Yellowstone Park began to shake violently. The sound of rocks cracking spread from the surface to the underground. In the midst of the cracking sound, large chunks of granite fell from the rock stratum and smashed heavily on the base's dome. Thousands of tons of rock fragments deformed and twisted the high-strength structure of the alloy dome. However, the powerful kinetic energy and destructive force were withstood by this alloy and structure. As it was transmitted, it was dispersed to several hundred kilometers of rock stratum. This kinetic energy was enough to destroy several dozen bases like this. But when it was dispersed to several hundred kilometers, only slight tremors could be felt on the ground. Chin-Ong slowly retracted his fist. The nanomatter that made up his body just now formed billions of magnetic induction void field energy engines. Through high-strength vibranium and adamantium wire, it conducted about 10 to the 14th power of joule of energy, which is equivalent to the full release of 4 nuclear warheads with a yield of 1 million kilograms. But because of the special metal and stress structure of the Hydra base, this force was conducted to the bottom of Yellowstone Park by a special energy field, causing only a local micro-earthquake. However, Yellowstone Park has the most dangerous magma activity on the American continent and even in the world. Underneath it lurks the most destructive supervolcano on the Earth. If the geological activity here is affected, causing a volcanic eruption, it will be enough to destroy most of the Earth's ecosystem and kill more than 45% of the surface creatures. Any enemy who attacks the Hydra base must risk perishing together with the enemy. Magma gushed out of the rock formation that Chin-Ong broke, and several hot springs and sinkholes emitted black smoke. Everyone here could feel that the magma activity has changed subtly since that vibration, and it began to become more active and active. This scared the Hydra base's inspectors and the nearby National Geological Activity Monitoring Center. From the surveillance, Chin-Ong can be seen wearing the familiar mask, standing alone by the hot spring in Yellowstone Park. The ultra-high temperature water vapor evaporated from the hot spring and wrapped around him. Red Skull can be sure that the temperature at the center of the steam is definitely more than 1,200 degrees Celsius. Chin-Ong looked incomparably small. Compared to the huge crack under his feet, he was as small as a speck of dust. An even smaller fist print appeared in the center of the crack, forming several radial cracks. The base was hundreds of meters deep, and it looked ridiculous. It is this small human who punched through most of the Earth's crust with his own fist. The base was alarmed at this moment, and Baron and Red Skull reacted the moment they heard the vibration. Red Skull sneered. It seems that our guests can't wait, and Zola is not as tough as we thought. Chapter 194. Hello. Is this the Washington Department of Geological Disasters? The voice on the phone was very anxious. It paused several times as if it was forcing itself to speak at the top of its voice. The operator could tell that this was the human instinct to be speechless under extreme fear. He could not help but sit up straight and quickly replied, "This is Washington, Yellowstone Park. What happened there?" The volcano here is about to erupt." There was a cry on the other side of the phone. "Excellent experience." The operator hurriedly pressed the alarm and transferred the call to the emergency line. "Yellowstone Park, please speak clearly. What characteristics have appeared in the volcano? Send us the data, report. There's no time. The Geological Institute has been swallowed by the magma. It's close to us. No. God." There was a noisy voice on the phone, and very vague words could barely be heard. "There's danger, volcano. Metal masked man, the crust has penetrated. Hello? Can you hear me? Hang in there. The helicopter is on its way," the operator shouted. Only the last vague word came from the other side of the phone. "Hydra. Notify the Major Disaster Emergency Center and send them the recording. Let the nearby Park Authority helicopter go first. Notify the National Guard and contact other research institutes in Yellowstone Park. Prepare all the geological data for this year. Use the emergency line to inquire about the situation at the nearby geological observation points. Let them submit abnormal data to us. Quick!" The atmosphere of the entire Department of Geological Disasters suddenly froze. Yellowstone Park was the most important unit in the American Geological Survey, and the giant underground volcano under it was one of the top 3 that the Department of Geological Disasters closely monitored. Everyone here knew that a volcanic eruption would bring such tragic consequences. Although it was far away in Washington, the researchers here did not think that they could survive such a terrible disaster. Every researcher was a warrior at this moment. Park Authority, how's the situation? The director connected the phone to the Park Authority. "It's not good. We can see the rising column of volcanic ash from the periphery of the park. It has a diameter of several kilometers. No fire has been found so far, but it is certain that the volcano is in an active state. Wait, there's something in the middle of the volcano. We found metal debris under the volcanic ash. It's man-made. Park Authority. I'm the Secretary of State. Please come closer. Can you connect to the camera?" The Secretary of State in the White House understood the situation through the holographic image. The helicopter flew from the right side, avoiding the direction of the volcanic ash, and carefully approached the crater where the dark red magma was gushing out. Sure enough, some metal wreckage could be seen in the dark red magma. The pilot decided to get closer to observe the situation. When the helicopter descended to a suitable height for observation, the observer was surprised to find that in the center of the raging magma, there was a metal wreckage. A human figure was clearly visible. Chun-Ong stood in the middle of the crater where lava was gushing out of. Beneath his feet was the surging lava, but he was not alone. The dark gray iron current surrounded him, opposing the lava. The gray, dark red lava and the dull gray iron current chased each other and converged into a huge Pisces pattern. The flowing iron flowed over Chun-Ang's feet, making him look like a nail that was stuck in the infernal sea of fire. Who is he? The person from the National Park Service almost lost his grip on the joystick. Someone's at the crater, standing in the magma. Oh my God! The crater is a fist mark. When Chun-Ong raised his head, the observer on the helicopter saw the steel mask on his face. Although Chun-Ong had already appeared once in New York, because of the official blockade, they could not recognize what the mask represented. Then they saw a scene that made their blood boil. In the middle of the volcano's lava, in the center of the fist mark, a broken door with a hydra pattern could be clearly seen. "Washington, this is the National Park Service. We found a human in the crater. It seems to be a supernatural phenomenon. He is attacking the crater and asking for support here. In the area of volcanic activity, we found a sign similar to a hydra." Chun-Ong slowly raised his hand. The two were so scared that they dropped the radios in their hands on the helicopter. 5 nuclear warheads with radiation symbols floated behind Chin-Ong. Is he crazy? The Baron shouted as if he had seen a ghost. F***CK. Our base is built in the weakest part of the Earth's crust. Even we only dared to prepare a nuclear bomb in the base that could cause an earthquake in North America. He did this. Isn't he afraid that the world will be destroyed? He doesn't care. Red Skull was still able to remain calm. He doesn't care about the world more than we do. Let's surrender. We can't beat him. Let's put things back on the track we are best at. Even if Hydra is temporarily controlled by him, it doesn't matter. There are more common interests between us. The Baron acted as if he had been liberated and quickly waved the white flag. Damn it, we actually met such a lunatic. A relieved smile appeared on his face. In just a few minutes, he had experienced the craziest mental pressure in his life. He could destroy a city without batting an eyelid. But that did not mean he could face a madman who was trying to destroy the world for a small matter. Chin-Ang's behavior was like a madman who used nuclear bombs to kill cockroaches. He inherited the fine tradition of a fighting people. After using nuclear bombs to build reservoirs, nuclear bombs to control pollution, and nuclear bombs to extinguish fires, nuclear bombs could finally be used to knock on doors. But Chin-Ang's fist continued. Is he crazy? We have already surrendered. The Baron almost collapsed. He grabbed his head, his face was terrible, and he asked almost crazily, is he going to destroy the whole world? How stupid could he be? Doesn't he know that he will destroy the world? Tell him to stop. The Baron screamed and watched in despair as Chin-Ang's fist fell. The warhead, thicker than a person, was ignited by the ultra-high temperature as Chin-Ong raised his right hand. Before the two people in the helicopter could react, they saw the blazing sun fall in front of them. High temperature, extreme heat, radiation, shockwave, unparalleled light bloomed from Chin-Ang's palm. And as Chin-Ang's fist landed, it fully erupted to the earth. Hundreds of meters of mud waves lifted the entire earth. Light energy, radiation, potential energy, and high temperature all poured in one direction and burst out from Chin-Ang's fist. There was no sound, no vibration. Everything was like an old-fashioned silent black and white movie, rotating and playing. The earth began to shatter from the point of contact with Chin-Ong, and then at a faster speed the whole earth was overturned, from the surface to the depths of the crust. Within a distance of 1,200 meters, cracks and vibrations spread wildly. Hydra's base was torn to pieces in the first place. A huge lava ball rose into the sky and engulfed the entire Yellowstone Park. The powerful energy accumulated in the core for hundreds of millions of years gushed out. The lava torrent of several kilometers in diameter rose into the sky like a flood. Hundreds of millions of tons of volcanic ash, with tens of millions of cubic meters of nearby land, may be washed into the stratosphere at any time. The Yellowstone volcano, which has been sleeping for millions of years, slowly woke up from its slumber. Because of Chin-Ang's precise control of energy, the helicopter survived the previous nuclear shock. They watched the volcano wake up in despair. No one knows better than them that from the Andes to the Great Lakes, from Washington to Miami, no civilization can survive such a terrible earthquake. From North America to South America, there will be a tsunami that will drown the entire continent. Before that, a powerful earthquake will first destroy all traces of the continent and bring the world back to the era millions of years ago. Volcanic ash and tsunamis can destroy most of the ecosystem. Less than half of all life on the planet may survive. All countries and societies will be destroyed, and the surviving human beings will usher in the cold winter of civilization. The pilot released the joystick in his hand and let the helicopter shake violently in the airflow. He said dryly to the radio, "Washington, the world is going to be destroyed. May God bless us." Shield's Nick roared at the top of his voice, "Go stop it!" For the first time, the Avengers came out in full force, but would they make it in time? The two people from the National Park Service saw the researchers from the geological monitoring station waving their hands on the ground in the distance. There were also some tourists next to them. They did not die in the lava, but abandoned the radio and fled to higher ground. Most of the humans in Yellowstone Park were gathered here to witness the eruption of the world's most destructive volcano. The helicopter fell towards the crater, and the two could even hear the exclamations of the people in the distance. They saw Chunong raise his fist again, as if he was going to attack the crater. Insignificant humans and a volcano that was countless times stronger than them were originally an absurd scene. For some reason, the two of them seemed to see a towering giant with one hand pressed on the ground and the other raised high, ready to attack. In a place where the two of them could not see, space, the most basic existence in the void, was twisted into a strand. Space was like a tensile force, with Chunong's fist as the core, causing space to bend, deform, and accumulate a vast amount of power. Chunong's fist was not locked onto the underground rock formations and materials, but the most basic form of existence, space. If expressed mathematically, the curvature in front of Chunong's fist increased infinitely, and the curvature in the back correspondingly decreased infinitely. Gravitational waves curled the space in front of his fist. This was originally a technology used for faster-than-light spaceships. Chunong used his own strength to miniaturize and apply it to his fist. His action of raising his fist was like raising his hand. It had nothing to do with the 1,200 kinds of Chinese and foreign boxing techniques that he was proficient in. It was not based on any boxing theory, nor did it conform to any mechanical formula. It was neither efficient nor beautiful. It was like a randomly waving tortoise's fist. It was plain and crude. Even a person who had practiced boxing for 3 months would not be able to make such an ugly punch. However, this was because this fist had already surpassed any fist theory. It was not a fist to begin with, but a curvature engine installed in the hands of humans. By warping the universe, it made use of the loopholes in the laws of physics to break the limit of the speed of light. Chunong slowly closed his eyes, and he easily captured Red Skull's consciousness using his psionic ability. He asked him, "Have you ever seen a fist that surpasses the speed of light?" Chapter 195. Heaven and earth were like a curtain as the scene shook violently. With Chunong's fist as the center, dense ripples appeared in the space, slowly expanding circle by circle. There seemed to be a sizzling sound as the curtain was torn open. Then up, down, left, right, front, and back, the arrangement of space, time, and matter were all shattered. It was like a delicate vase smashed and then pieced it back together. The gravity became violent and crazy, and in some places the matter was torn apart. The existing space was extending infinitely, causing the matter in the space to be instantly torn into a sparse, ionic state. When the conductive force of space entered the earth, the curvature acceleration on Chunong's fist was completely borne by the matter on the ground. The curvature on the ground instantly shrunk to a relative extreme, while the curvature under the ground correspondingly shrunk to infinity. The surface area of Yellowstone volcano reached 7,988 square kilometers, and its underground volume was several times this figure. The volcano that was shaken by Chunong's nuclear melting fist slowly awakened from its slumber. This period of time was supposed to last for a few months. It started with the volcano tentatively entering the active phase and carrying out a preliminary eruption. This eruption would be a large-scale volcanic disaster. The entire Yellowstone National Park would be destroyed, and hundreds of millions of tons of volcanic ash would be thrown into the atmosphere, causing a major earthquake of at least magnitude 8 or above in North America. Following that, the entire supervolcano would enter the active phase. Its continuous eruption could last for hundreds of years, and the most intense period could also last for a few months. The geological activity would completely change the landscape of the entire Pacific region of America. During this process, it was estimated that 9 to 2 billion people would die. This would lead to drastic changes in the global climate and environment, and even the extinction of mankind. The earth collapsed in an instant, and the ground hundreds of meters deep directly sank into a bottomless abyss with Chun'ang's fist as the center. A huge whirlpool was forming. It tore apart the surface of the Earth's crust, along with the rock strata, the ground, and everything on it, and was sucked into a blender of crushed granite and sewing. A huge depression appeared at the crater of the volcano that was about to erupt, and magma shot up into the sky. The entire volcano was smashed into the ground by Chun'ang. The curvature acceleration of hundreds of millions of tons of strata directly smashed through the Earth's crust and sank into the Earth's mantle. At the location of North America on Earth, a depression visible to the naked eye was deeply embedded in the Earth's surface and was rapidly expanding. Red Skull watched as Chun'ang casually slammed the volcano that was about to erupt into the mantle, and the expression on his face was as if he had eaten a big bug. The entire Yellowstone Park had become a giant crater. Hundreds of millions of tons of material disappeared on the surface, and a huge crater with a diameter of 15 kilometers appeared where the crater used to be. Even the White House in Washington could clearly feel the trembling of the ground under their feet, and the shock wave of the earth being torn hundreds of kilometers away could be felt. Looking at Chun'ang standing indifferently in the air, Red Skull's thoughts stopped. He was held in midair by Chun'ang, and his body had long been torn apart and sunk into the mantle layer, melting in the magma, built by the Hydra in imitation of adamantium. Even the ruins of the base with the strongest defense had sunk into the Earth's mantle and could not be found. It was a huge base, more than 3,000 combatants. At this time, only Red Skull's consciousness was left, and it was held in Chun'ang's hands. The powerful firepower inside was enough to resist shields, encirclement, and suppression, designed by geological and structural experts, and the unique building structures that can operate normally in the magma were easily destroyed by Chun'ang. Abnormal fluctuations in the clouds could be seen in the distance. Along with the violent earthquake, Iron Man in the red and gold armor took the first step. He floated beside the giant crater and looked at the huge abyss that collapsed at the scene with some sluggishness. Tani opened his visor. Then, as he surveyed his surroundings, he began to stutter. What happened here? Soon, the Quinjet arrived at the scene with the Avengers. How did Yellowstone Park become like this? Captain America's expression was a little confused. He was notified to rescue the geological disaster in Yellowstone Park and solve the criminals who tried to trigger a volcanic eruption. But at the scene he saw a terrorist disaster that had already happened. The eruption of Yellowstone volcano into 1 million BC had a yield of 25 billion tons, equivalent to a 25 billion tons of TNT explosion. This is the smallest of the 3 eruptions in history, only a quarter of the other 2. It represents one of the most terrifying forces in the world, so the geological activity it brings can even change the continental shelf. But under Chun'ang's punch, it was blocked. Chun'ang imprisoned Red Skull's consciousness fluctuations in the deepest part of the Skynet. Ignoring the fear and surrender in his mind, he flipped through, read, dissected, and analyzed everything in Red Skull's consciousness and thoughts, including the memories and thoughts in the most secret corners of Red Skull's consciousness and thoughts, to the extent of no detail. And although Red Skull struggled wildly and resisted, it was useless. Captain America soon noticed Chun'ang, and he asked in a deep voice, "Who is he?" "You don't know." Tani replied with an ugly expression, "It's Doom. S-H-I-E-L-D. S most wanted criminal, Dr. Doom. The mastermind of the New York War, one of the craziest demons in human history. Doom, the leader of the Doomsday Church. The Lord of Skynet. Doom." Captain America has obviously heard of this name. In fact, this is the name he is most familiar with since he woke up. There are many titles behind this name. As Tani said, each of them represents S, H-I-E-L-D, as fear and anger. Captain America has always been nightmarish when he hears S, H-I-E-L-D agents mention this name. The name Doom has become a nightmare for S, H-I-E-L-D and many people around the world. Captain America grasped his shield and looked at Chinong with a serious and sharp look. He was cautious and keen to find flaws. Black Widow grabbed his hand and shook her head. Steve, no. It's not the time to provoke him. We can't afford to pay a bigger price. Steve, you are our hope. You can't die in vain. We will have a more thorough and detailed plan. Don't be impulsive. Black Widow looked into his eyes and sincerely advised, "You are a warrior, not an impulsive vigilante." "Let him go," Tani said indifferently. "Let him see how terrifying Dam is, so that his brain, which has been frozen for half a century, can clear up. Skynet's military strength is 3 times that of the Earth as a whole. Its industrial manufacturing capacity is 195 times that of the Earth's industrial potential, and its conventional technology is at least 200 years ahead of us. The whole United States is gray by it." Chapter 196. Steve placed the shield on his left arm and looked straight into Chinang's eyes without the slightest bit of fear. The two of them were separated by the ruins that Chinang had created, about 800 meters away. Looking down from the edge of the abyss, they could still hear the volcanic activity and rumbling sounds. There was active magma at the bottom. Someone once told me that because the strong are born with power, they have lost their awe of power. Only the weak understand the value of power, understand love and compassion. Steve stood across from Chinang and gripped the shield in his hand as he spoke to Chinang. "That is exactly what you are. Your external strength cannot hide your lack of personality. The true strength of the strong lies in the heart." A smile appeared under the mask on Chinang's face, and he replied with some emotion, "Don't make a fuss. You know nothing about power." His tone was as if he was answering the silly words of a naive child. "Captain, don't go." Black Widow tried to stop Steve, but he gently pulled her away. "I am Captain America. A hero can die, but I cannot remain indifferent to crime." Steve clasped the shield and faced Chinang, who was floating hundreds of meters away. "But it is not worth it." Iron Man came around from the side and stood in front of him. "I think it is a wise choice to act within your means." Steve shook his head. "Then it will not be me." The shield made of vibranium and adamantium flew out from Captain America's hand and flew in an arc toward Chinang's chest. Although it was not fast, its trajectory was extremely difficult to judge. Before the shield could fly more than 200 meters, it was caught by a claw burning with green flames. A monster wrapped in hellfire leaped up from the abyss and grabbed the shield in midair. Its hooves landed heavily on the edge of the cliff. The monster, which was tens of meters tall, fell to the ground. It did not even cause the Avengers to feel the slightest shock. It had long curved horns like a razor. On its back were dark red bat wings. The monster's body was seeping with lava and a strong smell of sulfur, as if it was a demon from hell. Holding Captain America's shield in his right hand, Balrog roared at the sky, revealing his ferocious teeth. "Steve! Rogers!" His voice was hoarse. "Such a weak worm is not worthy to worship the great master. Your opponent is me." He swung the round shield in his right hand at Steve. Captain America had to roll to avoid its attack. The ground under his feet was hit so hard that a large piece of it collapsed, and the shield hit the back of his head with green sparks. Rogers, as if he had eyes under his feet, nimbly avoided the collapsed ground and rushed to the position of the Avengers. At the same time he caught his shield. There was nothing strange about the shield's appearance, but in reality the Inferno Demon's body was scorching hot from the Inferno Demon's poisonous flames. Even if one was very close to the Inferno Demon, one wouldn't feel the slightest bit of heat. But within the green flames, the high temperature existed in the form of magic. It was like a curse, an inextinguishable Inferno Demon that burned one's soul. Captain America takes the shield. As soon as he sensed that something was wrong, he immediately let go and retreated. The Superman serum gave him a body several times that of a human, but it couldn't resist the burning of the poisonous flames from the otherworld demon. The green inferno spread from his forearm to his chest, and the flesh and blood could be seen quickly fading from the burned area, revealing a hideous and assimilated wound. The sharp pain burning from the depths of his soul made Captain America's forward step soft. His body was shaky, and the pain could make a mortal fly away every second. Even Steve couldn't help but cry out in pain. "Ah, Captain!" The other Avengers were shocked, and Hawkeye shot an arrow at Balrog's right eye. It didn't dodge, and the arrow burned out in the flames around its body. The flame whip around its waist rolled towards Captain America, and the thorny whip had a ferocious barb. Roar! A loud roar sounded behind Balrog. Hulk grabbed Balrog's right hand and stood in front of Steve. Iron Man gave him a hard blow in the back of his head. Balrog struggled violently, and countless hideous and twisted heads appeared on the flames on its body surface, tearing at Hulk's body. The vicious flames penetrated Hulk's skin and devoured Hulk's flesh and blood wantonly. The severe pain made Hulk's mind even crazier, and his muscles wriggled and expanded several times. From Chun-Ang's perspective, the power of the anger meme was like a substance burning in Hulk's body. The angrier he was, the stronger Hulk's power became. Hulk grabbed Balrog's right shoulder with one hand and his wrist with the other, lifting Balrog, who was twice the size of Hulk's body, from the ground and tearing Balrog's body with tens of thousands of tons of power. Hulk lifted Balrog by the waist and slammed it to the ground. Every swollen muscle, toughness, and elasticity are more than 10,000 times better than the best fibers known to mankind. The fire of anger burning from his chest brought Hulk endless power, making his muscles tighten and contract exaggeratedly, bringing him hundreds of millions of tons of strangulation power to Balrog's two arms that were strangling Balrog, and he abruptly tore Balrog's head off. Flames rose from Balrog's body and burned into a blazing, dazzling white ball. Balrog's head turned into fine sand and slowly fell from Hulk's hand. Steve gritted his teeth and endured the extreme pain from his right arm. Chun-Ong slowly walked out of the flames. Hulk faced him, and there was not a single part of his powerful muscles that was not taut. His beast-like intuition kept him on extreme vigilance. "Hulk, Hulk!" Chun-Ong looked at the pile of ashes burned by Balrog, his emotions calm. "I didn't expect that New York's underground emperor, Black Overlord Kingpin, would die in your hands in such a form. What a waste! If it was against any of you, it wouldn't have failed. Unfortunately, it met Hulk." Black Widow stared at Chun-Ang's mask and was shocked when she heard Kingpin's name. However, after listening to Chun-Ang's words, she smiled sarcastically. "He was already dead when he fell into your hands." "Are you ready to face me?" Chun-Ong asked rhetorically. "Nick shouldn't allow you to be so impulsive. To be honest, you don't even deserve me to take you seriously now. You have potential. Why don't you wait for yourself to grow? Because heroes never retreat." Iron Man stood behind Hulk and gestured with his hands. An ancient person from the last century believed so. "Although I don't like him, this is our own business. You are the enemy, and I will never abandon my comrades in the face of the enemy. Besides, I know what responsibility is. My knowledge tells me that everything can be calculated. As long as there is enough data, everything is under control. However, my intuition believes that humans or intelligent creatures can create miracles." Chun-Ong smiled. "Now it seems that you need a miracle." He took a step forward, and the earth trembled under his feet. To be continued. Chapter 197. A suffocating pressure rushed towards the Avengers. It was not because of any changes in the material world, nor was it because of the spiritual domain, momentum, courage, or spiritual pressure. Chun-Ong just walked towards them normally, but it was enough to make the Avengers collapse. Hey! In the process of evolution, the ability to perceive danger is one of the most important survival needs. Most animals, plants, and even microorganisms have this magical ability to predict danger and be vigilant against natural enemies. On the eve of an earthquake, all kinds of animals will feel anxious and even riot. Humans are the most spiritual and intelligent creatures on Earth, so this ability should be the strongest. However, humans are too powerful, and there are no creatures on Earth that can threaten the safety of humans. So this ability to predict danger has deteriorated. However, the strong are an exception. The biological instinct of the Avengers has been perfectly developed by them as the basic quality of a strong person. But now they have to succumb to this survival instinct. The fear that comes from the depths of their genes, the fear that humans have towards their creator, and the instinctive obedience of those at the bottom of the food chain to those at the top of the food chain. Their genetic instincts crazily urge them to obey, and the suffocating sense of oppression rushed towards them wave after wave. This kind of influence from the origin of life can only be resisted with an iron will. The conflict between the subconscious and the will made the Avengers stagger and almost collapse. As a beast without consciousness, Hulk is the most affected. He has awakened from his madness and stepped back with his biological instincts, feeling extreme fear towards Chun-Ong. The other Avengers watched as Chun-Ong approached step by step, and their hearts were already filled with despair. People who can overcome their instincts are just a kind of creature. They have sexual impulses and will go into heat. Chun-Ong looked at Iron Man and smiled meaningfully. They fear their creator. They obey the instincts of their genes and the influence of the body's chemical secretion. Animal nature is greater than human nature, and instinct is greater than will. Such a person is not worthy to be my enemy. In the time it took to say those words, Chun-Ong had already walked in front of the Avengers, but these heroes could not even move a finger. He faced the Iron Man, Tony Stark, and with a hook of his finger, he controlled the hormone secretion in his brain. Animals who can't tell the difference between love and sex, and whose lower body is controlled by dopamine and testosterone, don't deserve to be my enemy. Tawny was shocked to realize that he was rising. The more he looked at Hulk, the more he liked him. He even felt a little obsessed. He was like a peerless beauty. His lower body was already rising uncontrollably. He bit his lower lip hard. He held onto the last shred of clarity and willpower in his heart. Chun-Ong had already arrived in front of Hawkeye and Black Widow. He didn't do anything, but their genetic instincts made them completely paralyzed. Those who fear the Creator and are controlled by the instinct of fear are not worthy to be my enemy. After saying that, without even looking at them, he turned and walked towards the most powerful Hulk. Standing in front of the giant, Chun-Ong looked very small. But in the hearts of the Avengers, he was 10,000 times more terrible than the ferocious giant. His shadow was as tall as the abyss. Chun-Ong shook his head slightly. Those who are controlled by the beast have no reason and thoughts, do not pursue wisdom and the unknown, don't deserve to be my enemy. It was easy for Chun-Ong to control Hulk's consciousness. Let him follow behind him like a minion. Finally, he came to Captain America, who was troubled by both hellfire and genetic pressure. No matter how absurd the thought is in ignorance, in depravity, in Chinibu, in naivety, both are better than being controlled by instinct, because the latter comes from your body, while the former comes from your will. The body can be easily analyzed, understood, grasped, and controlled by science and knowledge, but the will cannot. Chun-Ong calmly looked down at the Avengers and said coldly, "If you can't come up with the strongest will, if you can't let the future go beyond my complete control and control, then your future will be dark." The timeline passed through Chun-Ang's palm. It could be seen that the original infinite future was woven into a bundle in Chun-Ang's hands. The past was determined, the present was being determined, and the future should be infinite, but the infinite future was getting clearer and clearer. At the end of the universe, Skynet collected the data of the entire universe. More and more futures were locked. The movement of the planets, the state of the galaxy, the life and death of the galaxy, and the blooming of a flower on the earth were all in his control. The infinite fate of the universe was determined. Then there were intelligent creatures, weak-willed intelligent creatures, and their consciousness information was first incorporated into the computing system. A galaxy fell. Only some of the most powerful creatures and existences were still surrounded by fog. Thanos, Swallower, goddess of death, surpasser, and the earth. The fog of the future on the Avengers was getting thinner and thinner. The fog that was originally comparable to that of Thanos was now so sparse that it could not cover the threads of their fate. The future that Chunong weaved was getting longer and more perfect. The fate of Iron Man, Hulk, Captain America, and more superheroes appeared in the future. The complex behavior and thinking structure, the trajectory and equation of the fate line. If Chunong was allowed to complete the set of fate, then superheroes would never have a chance with miracles. Their potential would be fixed, and their behavior would become a pattern. They would be the characters written by Chunong, and they would never be able to escape from his palm. No, Captain America was the first to struggle up from the ground. He resisted the pressure of genetic instinct and hellfire and stood on the ground. He glared at Chun-Ong. "Darkness, get out of my way." A hoarse roar came from his throat. Blood could be seen dripping from the corner of his mouth, where his vocal cords had been torn. Chun-Ong felt the resistance of fate, and the future became chaotic. The fog on the Avengers grew explosively, and infinite possibilities gathered on them. Looking at these people struggling to break away from the control of genetic instinct, Chun-Ong nodded and smiled. A fixed future will never reach my goal. Only by pursuing infinite possibilities can I achieve miracles. I hope you can bring me a surprise. Roar! Hulk stood up. Chun-Ong knew that there was no limit to Hulk's power, but he did not expect that Hulk, who had broken free from his shadow, would appear in such a posture. Extreme anger made him infinitely stronger in wisdom and knowledge. Maybe it was because he knew that he could not defeat Chun-Ong with pure strength. Hulk's anger meme gave him stronger combat wisdom and evolutionary instinct. Hulk's body did not grow bigger, but his energy was already as vast as an abyss. Originally, Hulk could move mountains and seas with his kinetic potential energy. He used the method of increasing his mass and speed at the same time to exert his own strength, transforming his weight and punching speed into the power to look down on the world. But for Chun-Ong, this level of power was just a joke. There was no speed that could exceed the speed of light. The kinetic potential energy brought by Hulk's mass and speed was vulnerable in the face of the infinite energy that surpassed the speed of light. Mass is the space-time force of an object, which is closely related to speed. The greater the speed, the greater the mass. And mass is the same concept as energy in physics. The essence of power is energy and speed. Going deeper, it is speed. Gravitational potential energy is already a quite efficient power. It can transform energy and speed more perfectly, but it is far from enough. It is far from enough in front of Chun-Ong. Hulk has lost contact with the earth under his feet. He is in an anti-gravity state, and his strength can only be held in his body by human means. If he fights against Chun-Ong without the support of a reaction force, it will be like fighting against the earth. He will only move in the opposite direction of the force at an extremely high speed and shoot out of the atmosphere. Chun-Ong looked at Hulk expectantly. Every change of Hulk, matter, energy, spirit, memes, genes, and all kinds of parameter data were under his control. This best experimental sample made Chun-Ong set up nearly 10,000 research groups in Skynet in an instant. The research content all came from this extremely crazy Hulk in front of him. The next moment, Hulk used a biological structure that even Chun-Ong did not have to create an organ that can completely transform energy into gravitational force, which is kinetic potential energy. As expected, the end of all power is gravitational force. It doesn't act on matter but on time. The essence is energy and speed. It was proposed by Einstein's equations as early as the last world. Chun-Ong ignored the powerful force that can smash half of the earth. In his calculations, this kinetic potential energy is enough to penetrate the Earth's core and cause half of the planet to collapse. Its power is not much weaker than the moon, hitting the Earth at the second cosmic speed. It can destroy the experimental civilization that Chunong worked so hard to create on this planet. This is not a battlefield. Chunong kind of understood why humans hated Hulk so much. Even Bruce himself feared and hated Hulk. The crazy Hulk was really afraid of himself. Chunong did not want to destroy the Earth, but Hulk almost did it. In an extremely short time, Chunong came to the front of Hulk's fist, facing his huge fist, and pointed his right hand at the center of his opponent's fist. The current Chunong can be directly equivalent to the Earth in terms of weight, and it is the kind of density that is completely compressed into Chunong's body. Chunong, who has seized control of the surrounding gravitational force through energy homogenization, can borrow the mass of the planet, but a loser like Hulk can't. The result was not surprising. Hulk, who had an Earth in front of him, was sent flying high, flying out of the Earth like a meteor at a speed far beyond the first cosmic speed. In the complicated eyes of the Avengers, Chunong smiled slightly, ignored them, and turned to follow Hulk. If he ignored it and let it destroy Mars or the moon, it would be a lot of trouble for Chunong. Not to mention the impact on the state of the Earth, not to mention the matter of transporting a planet from a few light years away. Chapter 198. The universe was a deep and dark place. It was quiet, vacuum, weightless, and infinitely vast. Even if 10,000 nuclear bombs were to explode here, it would definitely not affect the Earth. This was because Hulk was currently 2 million kilometers away from the Earth, which was equivalent to 100 times the diameter of the Earth. This was a good battlefield. At least Chunong did not have to worry about accidentally destroying humanity and Earth. Hulk had completely lost the characteristics of a human. In space, his mass expanded crazily. He was half the size of the moon and was made of dark green flesh. In Chunong's view, the current Hulk might only retain a trace of being a human in appearance. He was like a giant that had been magnified hundreds of millions of times. Of course, because of the distance, Chunong could only see a dark green land. It was curved and extended infinitely, occupying 1/3 of his field of vision. If he was closer to Earth, Hulk's mass alone would be enough to set off a global tsunami on Earth. In space, such a body size was clearly more suitable for survival and combat. A large body size could carry more matter, enough to form a self-sufficient ecosystem, and there was nothing more precious than matter in the universe. Although the planets were huge, and although the sea of stars was vast, the endless void was billions of times larger than a material planet. A larger volume meant more matter and more energy, enough to support the massive consumption of space migration. Without superluminal technology, the volume of a spaceship would need to be 1/3 the size of Earth to reach the nearest star system to Earth. Moreover, mass was very important to Hulk now. Chunong's control of space was unparalleled. He was a master of controlling gravity and chasing space-time. He could move faster than light in the universe with the contradiction of curvature, but Hulk could not do it. Hulk borrowed the matter of the pocket universe to fill his body. If he used the gas he spewed out, if he used a reaction force like magnetic fluid, it would mean that he would constantly lose matter. Then, when the virtual universe asked for matter to compensate, Hulk could only use his original mass to compensate. Hulk could only compensate with his original mass, which meant that he would disappear from this universe. Therefore, Hulk could only rely on his huge mass. He interfered with the gravitational field of the solar system and relied on the gravitational force of the sun to obtain power like Earth and other planets. He also had to be wary of Chunong interfering with his gravitational field. The void around Chunong was distorted, and the starry sky was upside down around him. The starlight from the North Star was in front of him at an angle of 15 degrees, while the sun was behind him. The light moved along the shortest path. However, space itself was distorted. The light passing in front of Chunong was 0, 0.003 seconds faster than behind him. This meant that the space behind Chenong was 100,000 kilometers longer than the space in front of him. When Chenong moved, Hulk couldn't even think about capturing his light signals, because Chenong's speed far exceeded the speed of light signals. Even the sun's radiation couldn't catch up, so there was no such thing as a reflection signal. Hulk could only rely on the slow 0.003 seconds of light passing through Chenong's back to determine his trajectory. The black dot that appeared in his field of vision flashed for only 0.3 milliseconds. Hulk was so depressed that he almost went crazy. He lost his speed in the universe. It was equivalent to losing everything. Hulk's fastest attack was only at the speed of photons. Chenong could easily throw such an attack behind him, and Hulk could see it. There were only light signals in the universe. His line of sight wasn't even as fast as Chenong's speed. He couldn't hit, couldn't catch up, couldn't see, couldn't touch. Too weak. Chenong sighed. His voice was a combination of gravitational waves and light radiation, so it could be transmitted in the universe. In the universe, if your speed is a bit faster, you will be strong without limit. On Earth, I also have to worry about the energy brought by superluminal speed, which will destroy the planet. But now I only need to worry about whether my speed will make time go back to the primitive period of human civilization. Chenong stood within a distance of 10 kilometers outside of Hulk's star, looking at Hulk. His eyes were full of disappointment. It seems that you need to be angrier. Chenong pressed his palm on Hulk's head, and the surrounding space of tens of thousands of kilometers suddenly collapsed, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking, pressing down on Hulk's head. The gravitational waves that distorted time and space made the speed of light on Hulk's surface twice as fast. The mass equivalent to a small black hole appeared on the surface of Hulk's body. The collapsing gravitational force exploded violently, peeling off the flesh and blood of more than half of Hulk's head from his body, annihilating and evaporating the mass of trillions of tons. The fission reaction created instantly transformed the stripped matter into endless photons, rays, radiation, and electromagnetic waves. Chenong turned the black hole into a white hole with a flip of his hand, spewing out a huge amount of radiation. The energy flow evaporated half of Hulk's body. It could be seen that in the void, the Hulk's body, which was half the size of the moon, had evaporated more than half of its body. Objects with a mass of more than 5 billion tons disappeared from Hulk's body. They were stripped away by the particle flow at the speed of light and escaped outside the solar system. Roar! Hulk, who was left with only a small part of his shoulder and the head below his nose, fell into extreme pain and anger. He still roared tenaciously, and his wounds squirmed and healed. In the void, countless substances appeared out of thin air, and under Hulk's control, they quickly filled his body. Chenong could feel that space was disappearing. Every unit of space was replaced with a huge amount of substances out of thin air, and then repaired Hulk's body according to the information left behind. This ability had exceeded any super regeneration ability that Chenong had ever studied. Wolverine's super regeneration ability was essentially the reverse of his individual time, returning to a physical state of time. No matter how much damage he suffered, even if he lost a huge amount of flesh and blood, Wolverine could rely on the origin time anchor to restore his state to a constant state of time. There was also Hulk's previous recovery ability, which was the replacement of a large amount of substances from the pocket universe. But now, Hulk's ability had far exceeded the so-called super regeneration, and even exceeded Wolverine's concept of time. It was not the pocket universe, but the matter of the universe's dimension. Under Chenong's frenzied attack, Hulk finally revealed a corner of his essence. Chenong said softly, "So it's a strong interaction creature." The essence of the strong interaction was due to the mutual attraction of the central body of the unsaturated free space complex with the outer circular body of the other unsaturated free space complex due to the unsaturation of its comprehensive circular body through the central polarity of the neutron and the mutual attraction of the outer circular body of the other unsaturated free space complex. If one wanted to further explain it, it would start from the primitive space element, referred to as the void element, the normal space element, the neutron, and the matter element, the free space. It involved the essence of space and the production of matter, and the quantum scientific principle of the Big Bang of the universe. The process of the birth of the neutron from the void was the process of space deriving matter, and the process of Hulk repairing himself. Readers who have not studied college physics can ignore the previous paragraph. In terms of the coupling constant, which was the unit of force in quantum theory, the strong force was 100 times stronger than the electromagnetic force, 100,000 times stronger than the weak force, and 10 times to the power of gravity. It was the strongest force among the 4 fundamental forces. In other words, under the same mass conditions, Hulk can use 100 times the power of Magneto and 10 times the 40th power of gravity. The mass of the Earth is 98 times 10 to the 24th power kg. In other words, the power that Hulk can use with 1 kilogram of matter is equivalent to the total gravity of 1.6977928, 6 times 10 to the 15th power of the Earth. Hulk is the most powerful creature in terms of basic force that Chenong has ever seen. He himself is the embodiment of force. As long as he fully exerts the power of one finger, he can tear the Earth apart. If he fully releases the strong nuclear force of every particle in his body, then Hulk is enough to destroy the universe. His every punch and every kick can destroy the foundation of the universe. Strength may not solve everything, but Hulk's strength is enough to solve most problems. There is no problem in the world that he can't solve with 1 punch. If there is, then 2 punches. Based on the force in space, Hulk's strength increased exponentially. His fists slowly stretched out, and the strong nuclear force surrounding his fists collapsed into a black hole with a diameter of 10 kilometers, blocking the propagation of light. The distorted space-time sealed the space between Chin-Ong and Hulk, forming a relatively independent space. At this time, Chin-Ong has lost the opportunity to distort space and create a curvature to leave at superluminal speed. The strongest force in the universe, the strong nuclear force from the microscopic quantum, faced the fastest speed in the universe, the superluminal speed from the macroscopic space-time system. The confrontation between the fastest macroscopic and the strongest microscopic was triggered. To be continued. Chapter 199. Hulk's fist tore apart the stable changes in the gravitational field of the solar system and destroyed the inherent space-time coordinate system in the void. With his fist as the center, it created a collapsed space with a diameter of 10 kilometers, including Chenong. Even the light radiation from the sun would not be able to escape from this range. This was a black hole, a special physical phenomenon where the space was highly distorted, so that light could not escape. Its appearance represented the initial closure of space. From this moment on, Hulk's fist punched out a new enclosed space from the universe, just like the Mobius strip and the Klein bottle, a closed surface of topology. At this moment, Hulk made the particles that made up him boil like chaos. Chin-Ong clearly felt that Hulk's form of existence had exceeded this dimension at this moment, and the particles that made up his body showed a form that would never exist in the 3-dimensional space. In this enclosed space, matter lost its meaning of time, and many strange phenomena that could never be discovered in the low-speed universe were produced. The next moment, Hulk's iron fist, with the power to interrupt the exchange of mesons between quarks, blasted towards the seemingly insignificant Chenong, who was confined within a range of 10 kilometers. This punch was enough to collapse the sun and shatter the planet. This punch could interrupt the exchange of matter itself, interrupt the quark interaction inside the atom, and cause the atom to collapse. This was the ultimate Hulk. This was an invincible power. Only Chenong could face such power calmly, and only Chenong could face such an oncoming punch without flinching. Instead, he recorded the precious data generated in the process. There was no need to dodge, and there was no need to escape from this universe. Chun-Ang's body suddenly spread out, turning into a handful of silver sand that rustled down. With bosons as the basic unit, matter was infinitely subdivided, deeply participating in the matter exchange of the curved space. At this moment, Chun-Ang gave up his usual form. Residing in the void, he recorded the changes of every basic quantum in the enclosed space. Hulk's distorted space suddenly became more powerful, and the 10-kilometer space affected by the strong Jian force was infinitely wide inside. The curvature rose wildly. Under the control of Chun-Ang, the curved space began to close, and a giant light shadow tens of thousands of kilometers tall appeared in the void where they were. It was distorted by solar radiation. The shadow was Chun-Ang's appearance. His right hand was stretched out horizontally, and his wide palm was holding the distorted space of Hulk. Chun-Ang's hologram looked at the closed space in his hand and said with a smile, "On a macroscopic level, all forces are the fluctuations of space. The 4 fundamental forces of the universe originate from the same source. Gravity is just the nuclear force, and the electromagnetic force is the macroscopic residual force. In essence, it's the influence of mass, energy, and speed on space. Hulk, I don't care what you do. If I can't unify the 4 fundamental forces, then I can only control them." The bosons in the enclosed space no longer supported the interaction force of the hadrons. Chun-Ang used a more subtle operation than Hulk to eliminate the repulsive nuclear force and electromagnetic force between the atoms. The short-range atomic force that supported the structure of matter disappeared and was transformed into a long-range gravitational force that acted outside the atoms. The strong nuclear force controlled by Hulk had been completely transformed into gravity. Together with the electromagnetic force and the weak nuclear force, the short-range force barrier was eliminated and unified. A gravitational force of infinite amplitude. This was the preliminary effect of forming a black hole. In the SHIELD Space Observatory on Earth, the Avengers saw this scene through the projection of an astronomical telescope. Outer space, outside the orbit of the Earth-Moon. Chun-Ang's shadow clearly appeared in the middle of the solar radiation, holding an unobservable dark field of vision in the palm of his hand. The huge shadow in outer space, with a flip of his palm, the matter radiation circle formed around the black hole in the palm suddenly collapsed. In the infinitely rising gravitational effect, the matter in the enclosed space had collapsed into the most basic particles. The huge density overlapped the atomic nuclei of these matter. All the matter that existed in it, its basic information, including its volume, shape, and elements, lost its basic meaning. Including the basic concept that constituted Hulk's existence, the information and memes that constituted the meaning of his existence collapsed and disappeared. Mass, angular momentum, and electric charge. After the formation of a black hole, only these 3 conserved quantities that could not be turned into electromagnetic radiation remained. All other information was lost. The black hole had almost no complex properties of the matter that formed it, and it had no memory of the shape or composition of the predecessor matter. Reducing complexity to simplicity was perhaps the most basic characteristic of a black hole. In this complex universe, a black hole is such a very simple celestial body. With the technology of the Earth, it is still impossible to observe all this, but with just a little bit of information, the Avengers have inferred the basic process of the matter. Everyone's expression was solemn. Iron Man just clenched his fists, and the armor wrapped around his fists creaked. Natalie even covered her mouth and cried out loud. Bruce. The other agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. silently watched the Avengers who had just been established and faced a major blow of casualties. They watched the Avengers, who were once estranged, suddenly exude a sad, firm, and solemn momentum. Among the Avengers, Bruce has the worst reputation among the people. The murders caused by Hulk made ordinary people hate this executioner, but he is the most popular good man among the Avengers. He has a gentle personality and a keen mind. He always acts as the lubricant between Iron Man and Captain America when they are at each other's throats. Hulk has the most powerful combat power among the Avengers, and no one thought that he would be the first Avenger to die. Even General Ross, who is extremely hostile to Hulk, doesn't know how to face all this. On the one hand, he has always thought that Hulk is the biggest threat to the Earth, but now it turns out that Hulk is not the most dangerous existence on the Earth. He doesn't know whether to show joy or grief, but he just looks at the deep darkness on the screen. Outside the orbit of the Earth-Moon, Chen-Ang's 5 fingers slowly closed, and the short-formed miniature black hole quickly died. The ultra-high-temperature boiling matter ejected from the point mass. The matter in the form of point mass quickly recovered the electromagnetic force and the strong and weak nuclear force. The repulsive force between the atomic nuclei caused the matter to expand rapidly from the point mass. Roar! Chen-Ong heard a roar from the universe in a trance. The basic matter that was re-ejected by the black hole was infected by an extremely complex meme in an instant, and the deleted information was restored by the universe. Hulk stretched out his left hand from the boiling matter, and the particles reconstituted his body. The anger was still there. So that's how it is. Chen-Ong nodded in surprise. As long as the anger is not extinguished, Hulk will not be extinguished. In the mass of matter that is a quarter of the size of the moon, Hulk has recovered most of his body. A 5-meter-tall giant broke free from the nuclear matter that has not yet been extinguished. Evil creature! Chen-Ong flipped his hand and pressed down. The super-high-temperature substance ejected from the black hole cooled down into a half-melted star core, firmly binding Hulk in the center. It was a continuous stretch of 5 giant mountain peaks, each of which was several times taller than Mount Everest. The 5 mountain peaks clustered together to form a continuous mountain range, suspended in outer space. The particles that make up Hulk are bound by gravity in the center. Chen-Ong released the strong nuclear force inside the atomic nuclei of these matter, so that the weak nuclear force of the matter and the electromagnetic force form a combined force to support the basic form of matter. It can be seen that the atomic nuclei of these matter are tightly packed together, and the density has reached 1/10 of a neutron star. Hulk's elementary particles were broken up into hadrons by Chen-Ong and mixed into the atomic nuclei of the matter that made up the star's nucleus, causing a few extra neutrons and protons with special information to appear in the atomic nuclei. The strong nuclear force steadily captured these hadrons and bound them in their orbits. The further away from the hadrons in the nucleus, the greater the strong nuclear force binding on Hulk. In the case of the body being broken up, facing a star with a mass hundreds of millions of times larger than itself, Hulk's hadronic matter will never be able to get rid of the binding of the nucleus. Chen-Ong was still not satisfied. He engraved the 6 words Hum Mani Padme Hum with divinity on the top of the 5 mountains, monitoring Hulk's mimetic information, making it difficult for his anger to burn, and he was calm as if he was in a paradise. It was night time in the western hemisphere of the Earth, and there was a sudden exclamation from the SHIELD headquarters. Go and report to the director. An asteroid the size of a quarter of the moon is being captured by the Earth's gravity. If humans in the Americas and Europe looked up, they would see an unforgettable scene. A planet slightly smaller than the moon slowly emerged in the sky. It developed into a rare, irregular shape, like a giant palm with 5 fingers open. On the tip of the highest middle finger, 6 Chinese characters could be clearly seen with a high-definition astronomical telescope. Chapter 200. Hulk is our last line of defense. Judging from the current situation, it is the only combat power we have that can threaten that person. Nick answered affirmatively when questioned by the World Security Council. A military expert next to him rushed to question. But in front of our creator, it seems to have no power to fight back. Nick looked at him coldly. SHIELD. S series of failures since the arrival of the creator seemed to have made some people restless. SHIELD was not without competitors. Some people wanted SHIELD to make a fool of itself and replace it. For such people, Nick's usual approach was listen. The one-eyed man grabbed his collar and lifted the 8-meter-tall white man up. His voice was thick with blood. I know what you want to do. If it was a normal time, I can play these political games with you and let you die because of your own stupidity and ignorance. Parliament, democracy, balance. It's not that we don't know how to play. SHIELD. History is longer than the evolutionary history of you becoming a human. We will be checked and balanced because we are willing to do so. We think that our power needs to be checked and balanced, so we put dangerous power in a cage and let idiots like you supervise us. But, Nick pointed his finger at his eyes, and his murderous aura almost scared the poor man crazy. When we think it is necessary, we will be tyrants and dictators. I am not asking for your consent. Nick looked around, and his eyes swept across the faces of the politicians. His knife-like eyes forced them to swallow what they wanted to say. I am just stating a fact. SHIELD, S judgment, SHIELD, S response, SHIELD, S actions. At this point, there was a long pause before Nick's voice sounded again in the conference room. Now, does anyone have any questions? Glancing at the members of Parliament who were sitting in their seats, Nick slowly put away the information at hand. General Ross, we need the gamma-ray research data in your hands and the manufacturing technology of the Hulk's abomination clone. Of course, I can give it to you, but I must remind you, old General Ross did not mean to argue with he solemnly reminded. Abomination is different from that monster. I studied it for so many years. I've never seen or even thought of the changes it can make in space a few days ago. Did you read the report submitted by NASA? General, of course, who can ignore them? General Ross emphasized, the Hulk is a monster. It's impossible for it to mutate like this because of gamma rays. The Earth's environment can't even give birth to such a species. It violates the most basic theory of evolution. General, you should have the authority to access that information. Nick raised his eyes, got up, and walked into the meeting room with General Ross. To hell with the theory of evolution. Our ancestors were right. It was that group of apes. Their intelligence far surpassed that of humans, because Earth was a testing ground. It's normal for any creature to appear here. As for Bruce, we must rescue him, General. We need it. Nick slowly exhaled. This is NASA's business. Outer space matters are under their jurisdiction. General Ross flatly refused. He did not seem to object to rescuing Hulk, but he had no intention of intervening to help either. Speaking of NASA, how are they going to explain to the public that we have an extra satellite above our heads? Avengers headquarters. The atmosphere seemed to solidify. Stark Industries' space exploration satellite recorded some of the astronomical data left by Chun-Ong and Hulk during the battle. Now the entire Avengers are watching. Some of the optical data recovered by JARVIS, as well as the image data taken from Earth, except for the part of the data that was lost because light could not escape from the enclosed space. Almost the entire battle was reproduced here, from the beginning of Hulk's asteroid-like transformation to the black area of the enclosed space and the black hole, and finally, Chun-Ong sealed Hulk with the 5 Fingers Mountain and pulled the celestial body that sealed Hulk back to Earth. Tony Stark sat with his head down. There Will was a little depressed. At this time, the moon was already in the sky, looking at the silver-white celestial body next to the moon. All the Avengers had an inexplicable, complex mood. It's none of your business, Tony. Colonel Rode came over to comfort him. I can't do anything about what happened. That's the biggest problem. It's not that it has nothing to do with me. It's just that I can't do anything about it. Rode, I chose to be a superhero because I don't want to face this kind of powerlessness. Tony was no longer frivolous as he used to be. He asked seriously, should I give up? Give up being a hero. Rode was shocked. No, no. Tawny waved his hand and explained. I mean, give up my armor. It can't keep up with the times, can it? What are you talking about? Tawny, the Mark armor is your greatest creation. Rode replied excitedly. It is the most powerful weapon in the history of the Earth, but it is only the Earth. Look at the enemies we are facing. The gravitational coefficient created by Hulk and Dumb is enough to tear the entire American continent apart. There are also black holes, material eruptions, and curvature fluctuations. These can erase our small planet from the universe. Armor is still armor. Its carrier is destined to be unable to effectively utilize my technological strength. It can only make me look more like a hero. Tawny looked at the reddish gold metal armor and said in confusion, It is a hero's weapon, but it's not the most effective, dangerous, and efficient weapon, right? You want to develop a new weapon? Rode squatted in front of Stark and asked in surprise. I once closed down Stark's weapons department to maintain peace. I didn't want the weapons I made to become tools of crime and murder. But it's different now, right? Hydra is powerless in front of Dumb. The supercriminals even asked for SHIELD as protection, afraid that they would be captured by Skynet as human test material. When Rode heard this, he knew that Stark was beginning to be tempted. What do you want to do? The most powerful weapon I have ever seen is Skynet. It can perfectly reflect the requirements of the designer. It is a cheap, powerful, and limitless weapon with unlimited future. Its power does not come from its inherent material structure and design, but from the technology it carries. It is a race and an intelligent individual, representing the industrial power that science relies on. Stark summarized the design of Skynet. It is composed of 3 aspects. First is the industrial upgrade and self-replication ability, which represents unlimited productivity. Second is the unique will and infinite replicas, which makes it impossible to destroy and fearless of any enemy. Finally, its technology tree evolution ability, which represents unlimited future and possibilities. Pym and I have a plan to imitate Skynet and create our own superweapon. Aye. Rode stood up in surprise. He wanted to say something, but he blinked and said with difficulty, Did you ask for Nick's permission? Such a dangerous plan. Nick's plan is 1,000,000 times more dangerous than my plan. What? Rode couldn't react. The evolutionary equation of life. That's why Atlantis was destroyed. Tawny shrugged and said, And what Sentinel? Extremis. The Tesseract. He's willing to do anything to deal with Dumb. SHIELD can't be so irrational. Rode shook his head. What they do is no safer than that madman Dumb. So I suspect that there is something we don't know. SHIELD's cautious attitude towards Dumb is a bit strange. Although Dumb is indeed powerful, SHIELD seems to be ready for the destruction of the world before he showed any more aggression. What do they know? Tawny touched his chin. I tried to check the files. It's very confidential. Although he knew that Tawny was bold and lawless, he didn't expect him to say it in front of him so casually. Hacking SHIELD. S-Files is a crime against national security, and Rode's situation was a bit awkward. That superweapon, how are you going to get it? Rode changed the topic. Pym and I are working on it together. Unfortunately, it would be great if Bruce was here. Pym suggested that I invite Dr. Chinong. He is an authority on energy and space physics, and his attainments in material science are unparalleled. So, Ultron is not a fantasy. Who? Rode interjected. Chapter 201. Humans were indeed very adaptable, and soon the people of Earth got used to the moon that appeared above their heads at night. NASA held a national name contest to name the satellite that suddenly appeared outside Earth. After rejecting discordant names such as Skynet, Terror, War, Destruction, Jinx, and Blood Moon, the satellite was named Crimson Moon. After the near-Earth orbit battle in Yellowstone, SHIELD stopped all hostilities against Skynet. On one hand, Nick was trying his best to find relics left behind by the ancient civilization, deciphered the information on the Death Tablet, and tried to find a powerful force to deal with the Four Horsemen. On the other hand, the scientific geniuses within the Avengers were committed to developing a superweapon to fight against Skynet. They all realized that humans were not strong enough to resist Chun-Eng's current power, and rashly stirring up trouble would only lead to disaster. After a period of relative peace in the world, an uninvited guest found Nick Fury. Dr. Strange. Nick looked at a middle-aged man dressed as a street magician and was slightly surprised. "What made you come all the way here from the Himalayas? I remember you haven't left the mountain for 3 years." "Nick, the Sorcerer Supreme is an important force to maintain the balance. We also have a responsibility to protect this planet." Dr. Strange didn't care about the faint rejection and hostility in Nick's tone. He smiled gently and exuded a mysterious and peaceful aura. Even though he was dressed strangely, he didn't have a strong presence. Nick's smile pulled at his single eye, which was very ugly. "Why did you come to me this time? Has a new evil force invaded Earth? Or have you finally made up your mind to deal with the great, unspeakable, our Creator? Or have you made up your mind to become his lackey? Have you come to challenge us?" Nick spread his arms and glared at Dr. Strange with a cold smile. Although the Sorcerer Supreme used to be the emissary of the Apocalypse, our personalities are independent. "We have our own standpoint and beliefs," Dr. Strange explained. "I've always adhered to my principles," Dr. Strange explained. He wasn't angered by Nick's aggressiveness. He merely repeated his position. "I will not fight against the Creator for you. His position may not be on your opposite side. What I'm saying is that you're obsessed with fighting against the Creator, but the relationship between humans and the Creator isn't as simple as fighting against each other. The apocalypse had destroyed many civilizations, but it had also protected humanity on this planet. The Creator is the creator of mankind, and we still believe in him devoutly." "Shut up!" Nick couldn't take it anymore and roared. He glared at Dr. Strange and squeezed out a sentence. "He's not God. He's just an alien who created us. In the first year of the Common Era, the apocalypse descended upon this world in the form of humans. He passed down the Tao of the Creator. He and his 13 disciples told the world about the universe, soul, fate, and spirit in the Roman Empire. No matter how you deny it, the person you worship is the apocalypse." Dr. Strange ignored Nick's pulsing veins and said the truth that no one dared to accept. "That person is the Lord, our Father. If you came here just to say this to me, do you think you can convince me to accept a crazy idea? An alien no nobler than anyone, not even a tramp on the street, is our Lord. And then from the soul to the body." The violent anger in Nick's eyes was about to break his rationality. He lowered his voice and growled, "That's a big mistake." Dr. Strange was silent. He tapped his index finger and fell into thought. As the successor to the Sorcerer Supreme, his teacher, Ancient One, had told him something about the apocalypse in his inheritance. The Sorcerer Supreme obtained an endless stream of powerful power from the great beings in the universe through certain channels. The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse were one of the beings that the Sorcerer Supreme borrowed the most power from. He understood the purpose of the apocalypse, so he tried to persuade humans not to fight against it, but to get rid of this power. The Sorcerer Supreme is a long-standing inheritance. Before me, the Sorcerer Supreme was not human. Dr. Strange said slowly. Nick didn't understand why he changed the subject, but he keenly noticed the hidden message in Dr. Strange's words. He believed it had something to do with the birth of humans and the mysterious ancient humans. Before humans, there were humans. Of course, they disparaged us as apes. We stole the name of humans, and they were the real humans from another universe. At the time, we were just apes who accidentally gained wisdom. The apocalypse brought us to this world and recreated us. Those otherworld humans, of course, looked down on intelligent beasts like us. For a long time, we were like pigs and dogs. The Sorcerer Supreme was the ancient wisdom of a great sage among the otherworld humans. It has always been held by true otherworld humans. Atlantis, Lemuria, China. Your teacher, Ancient One. Nick's eyes flickered. He was the last otherworld human on Earth. He broke the barrier between otherworld humans and passed on the power of the Sorcerer Supreme to me. Dr. Strange's eyes went blank as he recalled bits and pieces of the past. He only froze for a few seconds before returning to reality. He looked at Nick and said sarcastically, "What do you think the otherworld humans will do when they return?" He leaned close to Nick's ear and whispered, "The first thing they'll do when they return is to kill all of us who stole their homes and falsely called ourselves humans. But they've been destroyed by the apocalypse." Nick spread his hands. "We're the heirs of their will. No." Dr. Strange interrupted Nick. "You think they're destroyed, but they're not. The apocalypse didn't destroy their civilization. They'll return to Earth sooner or later. I believe that day won't be far away. The ancient humans and their derivative civilizations. Do you still think the apocalypse is just our enemy?" Nick obviously couldn't accept this fact for a while, and Dr. Strange didn't say anything more to him. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the ancient humans, and the 5 gods of this universe. The relationship between them is complicated. If humans want to survive, they can't simply decide their own position. The apocalypse wants to destroy humanity, perhaps, but the ancient humans don't mind killing us all. The universe god Thanatos is constantly tormented by the anger of destroying Earth. Wait, what the hell is this Thanatos? As soon as Nick heard this, he fell into chaos. He never thought that the peaceful Earth would suddenly have so many dangerous factors appear one day. It was as if the entire universe was plotting against Earth. How could an inconspicuous planet in the Milky Way attract the attention of so many powerful beings? Thanatos is a powerful overlord in the universe. He secretly loves the goddess of death and death of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Although he has the upper hand now, Thanatos is worried that everything will change after the apocalypse arrives. Dr. Strange explained, "What does this have to do with Earth?" Nick couldn't believe it. Earth is the home of the ancient humans, the home planet of the otherworld humans, the birthplace of the apocalypse, the creator's backyard, and also the place that Thanatos wants to destroy at all times. He hates this place to the bone. Nick felt like he had been shot while lying down. Nick struggled to ask, having difficulty breathing. In other words, the creator and the apocalypse are the most benign of the 3. They only use us for some experiments, while our predecessors want to kill us all off Earth and take back their home planet. The other god of the universe wants to destroy Earth. The apocalypse is the enemy of the ancient humans, the Thanatos' mortal enemy, and the dictator of humanity. The otherworld humans have a grudge against the apocalypse, and the Thanatos are also mortal enemies because of Earth. They desire to return to Earth, so they are hostile to humanity. The Thanatos wants to destroy Earth, so he is everyone's mortal enemy. And the humans of Earth, the unfortunate humans of Earth, everyone wants to step on them. P.S. New Year's first update. Chapter 202. Dr. Strange and Nick completed this historic meeting in the secret room. In this era of rapid progress, whether people intentionally or unintentionally, they are making history. The world is slowly but firmly changing, sliding bit by bit in the direction Shenong wants. In New York City, at the center of the change, the autonomous government has gained some of the power they have been dreaming of, the low-level control authority of Skynet. No one knows what Shenong is thinking. He simply gave this powerful ability to transform the material world to the representatives of the trust. Stark Industries, Oscorp Industries, PIM Technology, these interest groups standing behind the U.S. government have received a blatant blood transfusion from Skynet, and they are greedy and swallowed those tempting fruits. The government feels very uneasy about this. Nick said to Iron Man, but it's legal. Everything we do comes from the sacred power given to us by the Constitution of the United States. Yes, the development of Stark Group's strength has been supported by Skynet. It has provided us with a lot of scientific standards and forward-looking technology, but the Constitution of the United States does not stipulate that we cannot accept these. Tani did not care about the implied threat in Nick's tone. On the contrary, he said to the powerful SHIELD director, "If you have a problem with this, you can raise it in Congress." Stark and SHIELD are in a cooperative relationship, but in terms of protecting his own interests, the superhero is not afraid to confront this iron-fisted director. SHIELD is a powerful organization all over the world. It is strong enough to ignore the requirements of most countries, and even the U.S. government has a hard time controlling it. But the Giant Trust is an exception. These powerful conglomerates themselves are SHIELD's biggest financiers, and in terms of influence, they are also superior to SHIELD, even the World Security Council. Tani is already the financial giant closest to SHIELD, and Stark Industries itself is the representative of SHIELD in the consortium, and even they oppose it. Nick's support is naturally in jeopardy. But you are violating the rights of the people. Captain? Stark turned around in surprise. Steve Rogers stood at the door with a bandage. The burns on his body had not yet healed, but this steel-like warrior had already put on his battle robe. Rogers's expression was ugly. He walked straight in and flipped through the top-secret data in front of the two of them. The information on it was shocking. In New York, your forces have replaced the government and extended the tentacles of power into every aspect of people's lives. Public affairs, the power of the government, and even the power of law enforcement and trial are controlled by the major corporations. We're helping the government control New York, Tani retorted. But dumb made your ego inflate. Rogers interrupted Tani. To fight against Skynet, the power of the government and the trust is getting out of hand. This concentration of power has blinded you. I don't think we did anything wrong. This country is facing the biggest crisis in its history, facing an unprecedented enemy. Only by uniting as one can we get through this crisis. If we continue to emphasize so-called freedom, it is tantamount to digging our own grave. In order to survive, we always have to make some sacrifices. While you blame me, we're the ones who are truly protecting this country. We are the ones who are truly protecting this country. Tony slammed the door and left. The conversation ended on bad terms because of Captain America's interference. On the other side, when Dr. Chin-Ong got off work from the SHIELD lab, he was not surprised to see Dr. Strange in his office. He wasn't surprised to see Dr. Strange in the office. He didn't seem to be in a good state of mind. He was very careful not to touch Chun-Eng's seat, but sat opposite his desk. You don't seem surprised. Yes. What else in this world can surprise you? Dr. Strange watched as Chun-Ong returned to his seat and put down the documents on the desk. I saw you in the future and knew that your Majesty has another identity here, but your Majesty should have been in the prophecy long ago. You should have seen me coming. When Chun-Ong acted as a human, his behavior and emotional expression retained the patterns of the past to the greatest extent. For example, some weird and wicked interests. Humans are so fragile. Are you really not going to consider my proposal? The Lich transformation ritual that I presided over has amazing effects. It can allow you to go further on the path of magic. No. Dr. Strange hurriedly refused. I'm living well. I have no intention of dying for the time being. Whether we live or die, it's just a state to us. Why should we care? Chun-Ong stopped talking about this topic after he said that. He changed the topic and asked, I still remember the moment you came to me. It really surprised me. This is the first time I've come to you, Your Majesty. Dr. Strange had to remind him. To you, this is something that happened in the future, but to me, it happens every moment. Dr. Strange could barely understand Chun-Ang's current state. He was like a fish in the river of time, occasionally able to jump out of the river and see the reefs and twists and turns ahead. But Chun-Ang himself was like algae that spread to both ends of the river, covering the entire trajectory of the river of time. You hope that the Avengers can go on an expedition to Asgard. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs a tablet of life and time in the treasury of the divine realm, and you want to obtain the Eye of Agamotto that the Sorcerer Supreme has lost. You've decided to go on an expedition to the Nine Worlds, and at the same time re-establish contact between Earth and the other worlds. Chun-Ang revealed Dr. Strange's plan. But you have to first ask for my permission, because I can't let you get nothing. That's why I came to see you. Dr. Strange nodded in agreement with Chun-Ang. What do you have to convince me? At this time, Dr. Strange seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He nodded. Because I know you're interested in the Infinity Gauntlets and the Infinity Gems. Thanos has never given up on them. And you're also very interested in Thanos, who has mastered the power of the Infinity Gauntlets. It's very valuable for research and experimentation. He smiled slyly and asked, So our actions are beneficial to you, aren't they? The star spirit is hiding in the depths of the universe and refuses to come out. The ancient civilization has sealed itself outside of time. The quantum ghost civilization is sinking further and further into the dark matter, and the dimensional fleet has yet to reach this universe. You hope that I can find them so that you can harvest the seeds of civilization planted in the past. Asgard is the focus of all of this. To be continued. Chapter 203. After Dr. Strange left, Chun-Ang sat in front of the experiment bench and fell into contemplation. Placing his consciousness in the body of an ordinary human made Chun-Ang feel sluggish for a long time. Even the breadth and speed of his thinking were limited. It was as if he had a bad cold and a high fever, causing him to lose consciousness and become delirious. His body felt like it was wearing a thick cover, and he could only vaguely observe the outside world. His usually agile thinking was now as slow as an idiot. Chun-Ang moved his limbs and walked out of the laboratory. In the eyes of others, he still walked with agility, but only Chun-Ang knew that he was changeable. He can't see the electromagnetic radiation in the air, can't hear the background gravitational waves of the universe, can't control the molecules, atoms, nuclei, hadrons, bosons, fermions, and the complex knowledge in his memory can only be slowly recalled with the human brain. The environment that can be observed is only a small area of light radiation and mass action. He can't see infrared, ultraviolet, infrasound, and ultrasound. Chun-Ang felt like he was confined to an isolated island in the vast, dark matter environment of the universe, and the narrow space made him particularly uncomfortable. Because the research task is extremely confidential, Chun-Ang's laboratory is in the Avengers building. The interior of this building, donated by Stark Industries, has been transformed beyond recognition. The defensive structure takes up a lot of space, and the activity area where the Avengers are located is always the most convenient location in the entire building. Dr. Chen. Just as Chun-Ang passed by the activity area, someone stopped him. Peter, what's the matter? The person who came was Little Spider. He rubbed his hands a little uneasily and said, Can I take a picture of you? My work needs some photos of celebrities. Doctor, you are a hot favorite for the next Nobel Prize. Then you're really busy. 2 jobs, hero vigilante, and newspaper reporter. Chun-Ang made a pose and asked Peter to take a picture. He smiled and asked him, Then why don't you accept Nick's invitation? Becoming an Avenger has a generous allowance and a more decent job. Even if you don't want your family to know what you do, Nick will help you cover it up. Hearing this, Peter was a little hesitant. I don't know what he's thinking, Doctor. Maybe he doesn't want to be separated from society. My family. Friends. They are all ordinary people. Superhero identity makes me more and more distant from them. That's why I need an identity as a normal person to balance my responsibilities and life. Chun-Ong nodded to indicate that he understood. He brought the little spider into the activity room and said to him, "Then you will feel very tired. I will make you wish you were dead." "Yes, doctor, I can feel it." Peter covered his face tiredly. The activity room was a place where heroes usually rested and entertained, so there was everything here. Chun-Ong sat on the piano stool next to him and said to Peter seriously, "Peter, we are different from ordinary people." He tried a few notes under the piano and said, "For ordinary people, they work hard all their lives to pursue something, but we can get it easily. For example, the piano. Millions of people in the world learn the piano, and tens of thousands of people love it with their souls. It is a dream for them, a goal to pursue." Hearing this, the little spider nodded again and again. His girlfriend, Gwen, was a young artist. When they were dating, she listened to the concerts and records of those performers. The best performers had all the careers and wealth that ordinary people could only dream of. High prestige and status. The piano was considered one of the most elegant music and a stepping stone to the upper class. Many people spent their lives struggling in this field, giving everything they had. But in reality, what is it? It is just a kind of movement of hitting the keyboard. Chun-Ong smiled. Music is a kind of emotional way of saying it. To put it bluntly, it is sound waves. And playing the piano is nothing more than hitting the keyboard the right time, causing the mechanical movement of the piano hammer and producing sound waves on the steel wire and steel plate. Music is the fluctuation of the air. To be able to make this kind of fluctuation of the air carry emotion, it is not a performance, but a superpower. The so-called feeling of emotion in the music is nothing more than deceiving yourself. This is it like that. Hearing this for the first time, Peter was unable to react for a moment. A series of smooth notes flowed out from Chun-Ang's hand. It was more beautiful than anyone Peter had ever heard. Chun-Ong pulled out a hand and turned his body to look at Peter. He did not even look at the keyboard. The complex and standard notes flowed out from his right hand. The ability of ordinary people is too poor. They cannot grasp the timing of pressing the keyboard and cannot remember the sequence of pressing the keyboard. Thus, they dress this simple action in a beautiful dress, giving it all sorts of sacred meanings. They elevate it to the level of art. But to put it bluntly, playing the piano is just playing the keyboard in the sequence. It is neither art nor complicated. Peter could not help but be shocked by Chun-Ang's arrogant words. He was even more shocked by Chun-Ang's current actions. He stood up. With one hand, Chun-Ong played Ghost Fire, known as the ghost hand of the piano. Spider-Man's senses are more sensitive than ordinary people. But in the sound of Chun-Ang's piano, what he heard was obviously more pleasant, or Chun-Ang's handling of details was more delicate. After all, not any pianist can go beyond the limits of human perception to appreciate the piano. Shocked? You can do it too. Look at my hand, Chun-Ong said. In Peter's eyes, Chun-Ang's speed was not considered fast. His every move was clear to him. His movements on the keys and his playing seemed to have been slowed down dozens of times. Chun-Ang's strength, timing, and muscle movements were all imprinted in the depths of Peter's mind. He knew that, if he wanted to, he could replicate them at any time. We are different. Chun-Ang's calm voice came from the music. Human beings have to go through arduous efforts to form muscle memory. Among them, the talented ones have to work hard to remember knowledge and learn skills. But for us, it's a piece of cake. The skills they are proud of, the things they rack their brains to learn, sports, music, work skills, are just simple imitation for you. You can feel a world that is thousands of times more complex than theirs. Your vision can see the mites on your girlfriend's face. Your hearing can hear the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings thousands of meters around. Your sense of smell in the city is like falling into the source of stench. Your taste can taste the disgusting taste covered by seasoning in food. Chun-Ong just restored the super five senses that Peter tried to forget from his memory, which made Peter nauseous. He pushed Chun-Ong away and ran to the side to vomit. And Chun-Ang's voice was still cold as he said these facts. Tell me, Peter, when you see your girlfriend's thick pores, smell her stinky body odor, feel the dirt and bacteria on her body, hear the sound of her fart, and taste the smell of her feces on the tip of your tongue, will you still love her? I can love her. The little spider struggled. It's different. Peter, it's different. Chun-Ong sighed. From the moment you changed, everything was different. Do you think this is the trouble brought to you by superheroes? Yes, there are factors in this aspect. After an ordinary person's living environment changes, they will feel at a loss and will be changed. If they enter another social class, even their views will be changed. This is just a change in environment. Chun-Ong spread his hands. The torture you are suffering now is just the impact of another way of life on you. If you are willing to accept your superhero identity, it is not much more difficult than graduating from college. Just like Stark, you can easily accept this change and even love it. But there is something different. Your essence has changed. You have a conflict with this world. Your way of thinking and actions are still human, but you are no longer the same. You can pretend to forget and pretend that you are no different from ordinary people except for your superpowers. But this will not change your transcendent nature. You are completely different from human beings in physiology. Believe me, time will make you change. This change will torture you until your personality, 3 views, character, and cognition change from ordinary human to abnormal to adapt to your uniqueness. There was also a ripple in the depths of Chun-Ang's consciousness. Chapter 204. Extraordinary and ordinary may not be a problem for other heroes, because heroes themselves are extraordinary. Stark is an industrial tycoon. Pym and Bruce are excellent scientists. Hawkeye and Black Widow are agents. Their lives have nothing to do with ordinary, or they are born with extraordinary qualities. But Spider-Man is different. Before he got his powers, he was an ordinary high school student. 2 quite different identities separate his life. On the one hand, he is the vigilante Spider-Man in New York, and on the other hand, he is the clumsy and kind high school student Peter, Aunt May's nephew and Gwen's boyfriend. The contradiction that once appeared in Chun-Ong is quite obvious in him. The conflict between the past and the reality, and even the future. The extraordinary and ordinary are an irreconcilable contradiction, and it is the inevitable price to pay for transcendence. The only difference is that Peter may still have a buffer, but the degenerated Chun-Ong has no room to retreat. If life is compared to a play, then the pursuit of truth and deep loneliness will be the eternal theme of Chun-Ong. Of course, not everyone has the courage to face all this. Peter felt very confused. At the reminder of Chun-Ong, he subconsciously opened his spider instincts, but he was soon frightened by this feeling. Just touching some of the surface, he had a great fear of the completely unknown world. There were noises, tiny vibrations in the air, and microorganisms and bacteria that were everywhere. A world that was completely different from that of ordinary humans appeared in front of him. It was the world in the eyes of a spider, and everything in the world showed its different nature. But Peter's inner fear interrupted this feeling, and he screamed in fear. Unlike the Oriental people who are obsessed with eternity and transcendence, Westerners have a special fear of power. They regard longevity as a punishment and believe that power must carry a curse behind it. What are you afraid of? Chun-Ong asked inexplicably. It's a kind of torture. Peter shook his head and replied, the meaning of power is to protect and save. I control my ability, not let it control me. When I have the power, it means that I need to take responsibility for it and not use it to satisfy my own desires or to pursue greater power. He took a few steps back and said, Thank you, Doctor. I found the direction I wanted to go. After that, he grabbed the camera next to him and rushed out of the Avengers building. Chun-Ong let go of the restrictions on his ability and his vision went infinitely deeper. His power was limitless, and for a moment it made him feel omnipotent. Chen On paused for a moment to familiarize himself with this state, and only then did he dispel the illusion produced by the sudden increase in power. Peter was also an important experimental subject. His senses, abilities, and thinking speed were far superior to ordinary people, but the effect he showed was only that of a relatively powerful human. Compared to his potential, it was not worth mentioning at all. A man as distinguished as Peter in life and conduct. He should have behaved differently from ordinary people, but when Peter hid his identity, he was completely like a high school student. It was like an elephant that was tied to a tree when it was young. When it grew up and was able to break free from the rope, it still didn't realize this and was obediently tied by the rope. Chun Ong believed that Peter was a typical example of such a phenomenon. His ability was bound by his subconscious as a human, and his human personality dominated his behavior patterns. Any information that tried to impact this personality was rejected. This situation of perception barrier was of great significance to Chen Ang's research on consciousness. Tani had been staying in his dedicated laboratory in the Avengers building for a week. Little Pepper had looked for him several times, but he had refused. The Ultron project was close to stagnation. Although progress was smooth in materials, structure, and energy, there had been no major breakthrough in artificial intelligence, the core aspect of superhuman mutation. Ms. Pepe has called you 3 times, sir. With all due respect, if you don't go to see her, I'm afraid Stark Industries will be finished. Jarvis reminded him. Little Pepper will understand me. Jarvis, why can't I get rid of your design ideas? If I can't make more breakthroughs, Ultron is just another Jarvis. It may be a good artificial intelligence, but it is far from enough to fight against Skynet. Tani felt frustrated. Sir, Ms. Pepe, what do you think if I borrow the source code of Skynet? No, most of the code is programmed in a completely different way from the existing system. With our strength, we can't crack it yet. Tani was frustrated. He grabbed his hair and turned around. Sir, shut up. Tani interrupted Jarvis impatiently. You're talking too much. Isn't it just Little Pepper? Don't interrupt my train of thought. Isn't it just Little Pepper? A familiar voice came from the door, making Tani's hair stand on end. Little Chili Pepper was dressed in a tight-fitting business attire. Her pretty face was as cold as frost, and her long legs, clad in high heels, tapped on the marble floor with every step she took. She sneered at Tony. Is this how you talk about me behind my back? Tony Stark. Jarvis. Tony gritted his teeth. Sir, I'm afraid you're finished. Jarvis's electronic voice flickered a few times. I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect that I would have to face the fact that I'm the third party in addition to competing with the Playboy, Tani. If you fall in love with scientific research, can the stagnant projects of Stark Industries take away even a little bit of Mr. Stark's love? Little Pepper said sarcastically. Little Pepper. Tani's thoughts turned quickly. He dug out a dozen classic cases in his mind. He was the Casanova Stark. Coaxing women was what he was best at. Oh. Tony's lower abdomen was hit by Little Chili Pepper's knee, causing him to bend over in pain like a shrimp. I was wrong. It was always women who coaxed me. Tani thought as he rolled on the ground. Pep took out a short stick from the prototype of the Ultron. Tani broke out in a cold sweat. That was a combat robot. Its strength was comparable to aerospace alloys. Even Stark had to rely on the robot to dismantle it. High-energy electromagnetic pulse, Pep said as she picked up the part in her hand. That's just an alloy stress-bearing part. Ah. Before Tony could finish a sentence, he was sent flying more than 10 meters away by the electromagnetic waves Pep used on the alloy stress-bearing parts. Tony could feel his entire body trembling from the electric current. He could even hear the small arc reactor burning in his chest. Chapter 205. If there was anyone Tony could trust after the betrayal of Obadiah, who had watched him grow up, it was undoubtedly Little Chili Pepper. In the relationship between the two of them, Little Chili Pepper was the more mature and reliable one. Just like what she was showing now, she was capable, cool, and trustworthy. This was Tawny's thought after he handed over Stark Industries to Pepper. What the hell happened? Tawny got up from the ground and clapped his hands. If something big happens, Jarvis will inform me. The devil is hiding in the details. Jarvis can't find it. Peppa shook her head. Forget it. I know you won't care about this. But I want to tell you, the Avengers will be doomed. This time the whole world will face a crisis. I don't think anyone but him will bring a crisis to the world. Tawny shrugged indifferently. And you should tell this to Nick Fury. You know I'm hiding something from you, right? Peppa raised her eyebrows and emphasized. Of course. Who doesn't have a little secret? Tawny replied sarcastically. As if he felt his words were too sour, he added, I don't hide anything from you except me. You're the one who helps me date girls. Yes, I know your damn taste. Pepper pressed her eyebrows helplessly. When she was just Tawny's assistant, she helped him deal with a lot of trash on the bed. She knew very well what Tawny liked, hot, passionate. Everyone was so similar except for her. Before coming to Stark Industries to apply for your assistant position, I still have a lot of work. Tawny picked up his coffee and interrupted her sharply. Of course, I'm not surprised if you say you're a stripper who's not popular with customers. It could be seen that Tawny really didn't care, and he didn't think that Pepper had any secrets that needed to be hidden from him. Pepper smiled. Her entire temperament suddenly changed. The capable and elite image of a professional woman on her body suddenly changed into a more oppressive feeling, if she was still a delicate vase female lead just a moment ago. At this moment, she completely occupied the center of the camera. Her aura was awe-inspiring, powerful, and full of tension. This made Stark, who was used to standing in the center of the flashing lights, feel very unfamiliar. Little Chili Pepper had always been the bright color that adorned him, but now she had suddenly shown a sense of anxiety that was as strong as him, causing him to lose his grip on his cup. I was once a superhero. Pooh! Tawny was so shocked that he even spat out the coffee. He awkwardly shook off the liquid on his hand and asked in disbelief, What did you say? He repeated at a speed several times faster than usual. You said that you were once a superhero. That's not important. What's important is... Pep maintained her cold expression and said impatiently, That's not important. Tawny interrupted her. He asked loudly, You're telling me that my girlfriend hid a fact that is enough to subvert my impression of her. She might even lie to me about her identity and past. That's not important? Then what else is important? Tawny babbled on about some illogical things. Pep could not bear it anymore. She pinned Stark, who could not react in time, to the wall and shouted into his ear. I still have an old enemy, the Wellington family. I've also been affected by the genius gene. I've also saved the Earth before. I'm Kelly Johnson. Right now, I've obtained some important information from the Wellington clan. You better listen to me obediently. The shield has been infiltrated. As far as I know, an organization called Hydra has taken refuge with a very dangerous person. His code name is Loki. He may have the power to affect the minds of humans. I don't know how many people have been controlled by him. No one can believe it, not even you. You don't believe me? Tawny heard this and began to struggle violently. He questioned in astonishment and anger. I've said so much, and you only care about the sentence? Pep was almost going crazy. Think about it. Where did your fear of Skynet come from? Why are you so crazy about fighting against it? Is this normal? Skynet will destroy the entire world. But that's not what you think. Pep said seriously, think about it carefully. Who put this idea in your head? Hearing this, Stark stopped struggling. He closed his eyes and began to recall. Skynet will destroy the entire world? The logical sequence of this idea is no, my memory doesn't match my logic. It omitted too much, and the derivation steps are problematic. The entire logic is full of contradictions and confusion. That's because your logic is different from a normal person's. Pep rolled her eyes. What made me ignore the incongruity in my memory? Of course, most human thoughts are hidden in the subconscious. But just like the wind blowing across the surface of the water, there will be traces left on the surface. However, this concept is very abrupt in my mind. It doesn't fit my thinking pattern, and it's impossible that I haven't thought through a decision thoroughly. He suppressed his anger and said, I'm being controlled. Breaking free from Pep's loose control, Tawny came to Jarvis's screen and ordered, Pull up my surveillance records. Jarvis had all of Tawny's surveillance records. Because he was a technology addict, he never left his technology for a moment. Tawny easily locked onto a time period based on his memory. My thinking started when Pym came to me with the Ultron plan, so it should have happened before that. It might not have happened at that moment, because the person trying to control me might have given me a psychological suggestion before that, and then Pym triggered it. Pym should have been affected too. Damn it. He knows he can't completely control us. Soon, Tony locked on to a familiar stranger in the fast-forward video. He stared at the pale, skinny man who exuded an evil charm. In the video, Tawny acted as if he didn't see the man, passively accepting Loki's words in his ear. He should be Loki. Pep looked at the man with interest and added, Skynet and Tesseract. He seems very interested in both. If he controlled you to crack Skynet, then to get the Tesseract he needs to control. I originally planned to conquer you with an army, the man said. I wanted you to submit to the great god, the king of Asgard and the lord of the 9 realms, under the rule of Loki. But the earth is more fragile than I expected. Humans are really a lowly race. You are full of suspicion, and conspiracies. You are born to be conquered slaves. Even without Ziritha's army, you will destroy yourselves because of mutual suspicion. Your world is built on this fragile trust. Loki made a gesture of pulling a string. As long as I pull it lightly, you will explode into ashes with a bang. Sound. I also have to protect you, lest your madness destroy my future kingdom. Thor will be here soon, and then there will be a good show to watch. Loki smiled slightly and swaggered out of Tawny's office. Stark looked at his back, and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Loki's behavior obviously made him very unhappy. Pep, on the other hand, was thoughtful. Thor? Are there code names named after Norse mythology? In addition to Loki, there is another member of their group who will appear soon. Then he will have a good show. Tawny said with a sullen face. I want to have a good talk with him. He emphasized the word. Thousands of miles away, in a remote astronomy research institute, Jane Foster carefully checked the instrument and turned to Dr. Eric behind her. That phenomenon has appeared again. It is appearing more and more frequently in New Mexico. We need to figure out what it means. Chapter 206. After maintaining a certain tacit understanding with Skynet, SHIELD, S headquarters returned to New York. Plus, the captain of SHIELD, S Rapid Response Force, Brock Rumlow, was standing behind another person. He looked so respectful that most people who did not know the inside story would be shocked. The power of SHIELD, S Rapid Response Force was enough to know most of the top secret information within SHIELD, and because of internal power checks and balances, he was not controlled by Director Nick. To be able to infiltrate SHIELD like a sieve, Hydra's strength deserves my attention. But can you tell me why you have so many doubts about Skynet's intelligence? Doubts? And doubts? Almost every line of intelligence about DUM and Skynet has a red question mark on it. The evil man waved the top secret information in his hand. As if remembering something, Brock Rumlow who held a high position within SHIELD, whose real identity was Hydra's spy in SHIELD, showed a chilling fear on his face. Sir, there are many conflicts between the intelligence about Skynet and Dr. Annihilation and the actual situation that we have probed. We suspect that SHIELD has concealed the crucial part. Dr. Annihilation's true intelligence may be a higher-level secret in SHIELD. Only Nick should have access to it. We need time to obtain it. No need. The man turned his head in disdain. He doesn't affect the overall situation. You have prepared a lot of superheroes and collected a lot of intelligence, but what's the use of this? He shook his head and flipped through the information in his hand that recorded the complete situation of the Avengers. With a wave of his hand, the falling information burned in the air and turned into ashes. There is no way to grasp the key. This is the main reason for your failure. Crossbones' expression suddenly changed. A strange look appeared in his eyes as he said to himself, arrogant, the last person who looked down on Dr. Annihilation like this, his ashes have already melted in the volcano in Yellowstone Park. Trust is the key. The biggest weakness of humans is not emotion, but suspicion and suspicion. Most ordinary humans do not trust the vigilantes who protect them. The man said contemptuously, they are jealous of their protectors. The attacks you caused, panic and crime would only strengthen the trust between the two sides. I like your lurking attitude, but I have my doubts about your abilities. During the establishment of the so-called Avengers, there was internal strife, and the outside world did not trust them, but you did nothing? I let them stabilize. This subordinate knows his mistake. Crossbones lowered his head and carefully hid his thoughts. That's why you have to change your direction. Soon, superheroes will cause a terrifying disaster. Enough people will die. When the time comes, activate your powers. I want the Avengers to stink to the end. Do you know what to do? The man asked as he looked at the crossbones. We will influence the government and public opinion, legally control those superheroes and cause them to split up internally. Stand with most of the untouchables and hide you among the ordinary people. They are stupid and impulsive. Most people don't think with their own brains. They'll believe whatever you say. Therefore, there was no need for combatants. Send those who are unarmed. Stand in the shoes of ordinary people and stir up their emotions. Insult them, attack them, use lies and public opinion to smear them and find out their true identities. Attack their spirits from their reputation, beliefs, relatives and lovers, and then destroy their lives. Let me think, what do humans call their actions? The man thought for a moment. Cold violence? Yes, that's the word. And the person inside that rock in the sky? The man used the scepter in his hand to point at the Five Fingers Mountain in the sky. He pondered and said, many people are afraid of it. Even its companions don't believe it, and it is also a threat to us. Just instigate the government to exile it. Load the engine onto an asteroid and exile it into the endless darkness of the universe. Crossbones felt a chill down his spine. Listening to these extremely vicious tricks made even a veteran criminal like him feel a subtle sense of discomfort. The Avengers have two core members, Iron Man and Captain America. The man tapped the scepter in his hand. Their relationship determines the unity of the Avengers. It may seem unbreakable, but there's a dead knot. The man smiled mysteriously and gently stroked his scepter. Send the Winter Soldiers to attack Captain America, and then tell Stark that his parents died in the hands of the Winter Soldiers. The eyes of the leaper behind Crossbones flickered, but Crossbones said in a trembling voice, "Yes." As if unable to bear to see this vicious gloom, the sun shone through the clouds and shone on the man's face. It was the evil god Loki that Stark and little Chili Pepper had seen in the video. Crossbones was about to turn and leave when Loki's voice suddenly came from behind. You must remember our agreement. Next time, bring me the Tesseract. Crossbones replied fearfully, I will, my lord. He quickened his pace and left the place. Loki stood silently in the same place, and his face was cloudy and uncertain. "Will you blame me, Mother? But I have no other choice. I can only become the supreme of the 9 realms if I give it the 6 gems and the earth. Oh, then it will be the 8 realms. No one can stop me, not Odin, not Thor. The evil god Loki, the adopted son of Odin, the king of Asgard, a hybrid of the frost giants. Because of his ambition, he was involved in the war between 2 powerful beings in the universe, Thanos and the Apocalypse, which led to a war that stretched across the entire multiverse, involving the gods of the 5 universes for Apocalypse Knights and the most mysterious Apocalypse, a multidimensional republic from another universe. A split star soul, a mysterious quantum creature, 2 American governments, countless powerful beings, and a time traveler. The 6 infinity gems and the destruction of the earth. Loki muttered to himself. His eyes shone with wild ambition, and a terrible thought quietly grew in his mind. Why did he have to beg others? If he could find the secret of the 6 gems, he would be as powerful as Thanos and rule the entire universe. If he could find the secret of the earth that even Thanos was afraid of, would he be able to replace it? He lowered his head slightly to hide the greed burning in his eyes. Loki's shadow became fainter and fainter under the sun. Finally, it turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. He did not notice that some inconspicuous metal objects behind him, such as a fire hydrant, were also emitting a metallic, gelatinous gas. Chun-Ong sat on a silver chair and watched him disappear.